so he could watch it, prepared to haul ass at the slightest hint of anything strange. He still desperately had to take a leak, and after a few minutes passed and there was no sign of movement, he stood, glanced around to make sure there was no one coming, and moved behind a palo verde tree to relieve himself. He just zipped up when he heard the sound of an engine on the road behind him. He turned as a car pulled into the drive. A dusty old Plymouth rattled down the gravel trail, and he saw Babunya in the passenger seat and another old lady driving. The car braked to a stop next to him, and Babunya got out. She closed the car door, waved to the other woman, said something in Russian, and the old lady said something in reply before backing up. Babunya's smile disappeared as soon as the car hit the road. "Why are you outside?" she asked, and something in the set of her face told him that she suspected what was wrong. He told her. He described his strange feeling, the fear he'd felt being alone in the house, the sounds he'd heard, the shadow he thought he'd seen. She nodded, seemingly unsurprised. "What are we going to do?" Adam asked. He looked back toward the house, shivered as he saw the open door. "Should we wait for Mom and Dad?" "No," she said firmly. "Don't tell parents. Better they not know for now." "But they have to know." She shook her head. "I take care of it." She grabbed his hand, and he was grateful for her strength, reassured by both her attitude and her apparent conviction. "I already bless house," she said. "No evil spirit here. This only minor thing." They walked up to the house, and Babunya continued to hold his hand as she stood in the open doorway, bowed her head, and said a quick Russian prayer. He didn't know if it was the prayer that did it, or if whatever had been in the house had already left, but he felt no trepidation as he looked into the house now. For the first time since his parents had left to go shopping, he was able to breathe easy. "It gone," Babunya told him. She smiled at him as she squeezed his hand. "Close door," she said. "We go inside." 2. Gregory sorted through the screws and bolts in the metal bin at the rear of the hardware store, feeling better than he had in weeks. He'd just dropped his mother off at Anya Rogoff's, and while she wasn't quite her old hard-headed, judgmental, opinionated self, at least she had finally snapped out of her funk and was resuming some semblance of her normal life. She had not yet gone back to church, but she was meeting once again with other Malakan women, planning times to get together to make bread and borscht, and Gregory was grateful that the rather frightening apathy into which she had fallen had somewhat dissipated. Somewhat. She was still far more listless and uninvolved than usual. He wondered what the Malakans were planning to do about Jim Ivanovich's murder. His mother had not mentioned the minister since the funeral, but his death had been an unspoken subtext in her words and attitude ever since, and he knew that those old women were discussing a lot more than food preparation when they got together. It was clear that they believed some sort of demon or evil spirit had killed the minister, and that his mother, at least, was staying away from the church for that reason. She was not avoiding the building because she did not want to be reminded of Jim. She thought that the building was cursed or haunted, and she would not set foot in it until it was cleansed, and she was sure it was free from evil influences. He was not able to be as sarcastic and skeptical about that as he wished. Nikolai Michikov had apparently taken over the reins of the ministry. He had both wanted to do so, and Vera Afonin had had a dream that he should, which cemented it. But Gregory was not even sure that he had returned to the church since the funeral. Every time he walked or drove past it, the building looked empty, deserted, and he had to admit that the church looked a little creepy even to him. The other woman who had been killed last week bothered him as well, the barmaid. Her murder seemed to bother a lot of other people, too, and the concern now was that there was a serial killer in McGuane. The prospect had everyone nervous. In a town where the crime rate was perpetually low and most arrests were for disorderly conduct and drunk driving, violent crime and the potential for repeat violence set everyone on edge. He just hoped that it was a killer. Killers could be caught, but the things his mother worried about... Gregory pushed the thought out of his mind. He finally found the size of bolt that he was looking for, put 6 of them into one of the tiny paper bags provided, and walked up to the front counter to pay for his purchase. 3. Teo sat in the banya and cried. Today, once again, she'd been pushed down by Mary Kay and Kim at morning recess, and this time she'd had to go to the nurse's office and get a Band-Aid for her scraped elbow. Later, as usual, she'd had to eat lunch all by herself because no one would sit with her. She hadn't even gone to afternoon recess, but had asked Mrs. Collins if she could stay in the classroom and read, and her teacher had let her. Another typical school day. She hadn't said anything to Adam or Sasha about any of this, and definitely not to her parents. But she'd considered talking to Babunya about her troubles. She needed to talk to someone. She was miserable. She hated school. All of the kids were dumb and mean, and none of them liked her. She knew her parents wouldn't understand, though. They would pat her on the head, tell her everything was going to be all right, and suggest that she make an effort to talk to other kids and make friends. Adam and Sasha would just make fun of her. She wasn't like the rest of them, though. She didn't know how to make friends, and no matter what she did, the kids in her class would continue to make fun of her. Babunya might understand, but Babunya had been acting weird lately, and Teo figured it would be better just to wait and talk to her later. She rubbed her eyes with a finger, wiped her nose on the back of her sleeve. She'd been forbidden to go to the banya by herself, but she felt like being alone today, and the bathhouse was the only place she could be sure of not being bothered. So she told her mom that she was going to play in the backyard, and immediately headed over to the far side of their property, to the banya. Now she sat on one of the broken bench boards and looked up at the stick ceiling. She liked the bathhouse. She enjoyed coming here for some reason. Babunya, she knew, didn't like it at all, but she felt relaxed in the banya, at home. It was cool inside, and there was an aura of peace and tranquility that made her feel cozy and comfortable, despite the run-down condition of the place. She wiped away one last tear. She could cry in here, and no one would hear. She could talk to herself, and no one would know. The banya was a place where she could escape from the problems of the world outside and just be by herself. It was nice to be alone sometimes, and this was the perfect place to do it. No parents around, no brother, no sister, no other kids, no other adults. Just her. She looked around the bathhouse, at the rubble strewn all over the floor, at the picture of the Molokan man on the far wall. If this place was fixed up, it could be like a little fort or a playhouse. If she had friends, she could bring them here, and they could pretend this was a home or a castle or a secret hideout or anything. They could clean up this junk and bring in some toys and make this place decent. If she had friends. That was the problem. Teo. She heard the voice, a whisper coming from somewhere within the bathhouse. The sun was going down, and the room was filled with more shadows than light, but it was still too small to hide another person, even a child, and she was getting ready to dismiss the voice, to assume she'd imagined it, when it came again. Teo. The shadows shifted, moved. Nothing passed in front of the door, nothing moved outside, but the darkness within the bathhouse flowed clockwise, like a scene in a film using time-lapse photography, and shadows swirled slowly over the rubble in the center of the room before dispersing and once again flattening out on the walls and ceiling. There seemed something different about the picture of the Molokan man on the far wall, but Teo couldn't quite figure out what it was. She knew she should probably be scared, but for some reason she wasn't, and she adjusted her butt on the board, but did not stand up. This was weird, but it was not frightening, and the Banya still felt friendly to her. Teo. It was the bathhouse itself that was talking to her, she realized now, and hesitantly, tentatively, she said, "Yes?" "I'm hungry," the Banya whispered. Into her mind popped the image of a dead animal, a small dead animal, a rat or a hamster. She didn't know what made her think of such a thing, but she knew with a certainty she could not explain that that was what the bathhouse craved. It was hungry, and it had not been fed in a long time, and it had somehow recognized in her a kindred spirit. It wanted to be a friend. "Friend," the Banya whispered, agreeing. And again, "I'm hungry." There was the slightest hint of desperation in the voice, and Teo thought for a moment. She'd seen a dead rat somewhere recently, somewhere nearby. No, a bird. It was a bird she'd seen, on the side of the path on her way over here, and she stood up and hurried out of the bathhouse and back down the path the way she'd come. Sure enough, there it was, lying in a small tuft of dried brown weeds, several dead cottonwood leaves having blown against its unmoving form, one covering its feet like a blanket, one next to its head like a pulled-over pillow. She crouched down next to the weeds and examined the bird. It looked like a baby. It was small, and there was something innocent and delicate about its little body. Usually things like this grossed her out. Adam was always pushing dead bugs on her, holding up worms and dried beetles in front of her face, forcing her to look at flattened frogs in the road, and she supposed that was why she passed it by on her way to the banya. But it did not gross her out now, and while she felt sorry for the little birdie, she realized that it still had a function to perform, that even though it was dead, it was still useful. Everything had more than one purpose, and it made the birdie's death seem not so sad when she understood that it could help maintain the life of the banya. She wished she had a shovel, but it was getting late, and even if she ran all the way back to the house to get one, it would be too dark for her to find this spot again. Already the light was fading, and the bird's body had started to blend in with the weeds and leaves on the ground. She reached out and picked up the bird, scooping it up using both hands. The lifeless body felt surprisingly stiff and cold, and instinctively she curled her hands around it, trying to warm it up. It was not disgusting to her at all, and she wondered why she had once been afraid of things like this. Death was perfectly natural, and there was nothing scary about it. After creatures lived, they died. That was the way it was supposed to be. She carried the dead bird back to the banya and placed its body on the pile of small bones in the center of the room. Immediately, she felt the play of cool wind on her face, light, soft breezes that came in from all directions, caressing her skin with a feathery touch and then disappearing into the dark. It was like nothing she had ever experienced before, the most sublime form of thank you she had ever known. There was a pause, a hush. She sensed that the banya was grateful, that it was anxious to satisfy its hunger, but it did not want her here while it ate. She sensed that as well, and so she retreated, walking back outside. She turned once she was through the doorway, but the body of the bird was already gone, swallowed by shadows. From inside the building came the whisper of air against her face. "Thank you." She smiled back into the darkness. "You're welcome." 4. Julia and Deanna sat at the small table on Deanna's back porch, sipping iced tea. "I love what you've done here," Julia said. Her friend smiled. "Thank you." Julia really was impressed. The yard looked like something out of Country Living or one of those kinds of magazines. A rustic birdhouse emerged from an overgrown patch of pink Mexican primrose, and a narrow dirt path wound between purple-blooming sage and a host of wildly growing desert plants. She and Gregory hadn't had time to get their yard in shape. They'd cleaned it up a bit, but they hadn't started planting. And looking at Deanna's backyard gave her quite a few ideas, making her eager to start working on her own garden. Maybe this weekend they'd go over to the nursery and buy some seedlings. "Paul told me that Gregory had a run-in with our old pal Marge." "Well, I wouldn't exactly call it a run-in. He went into the library to use their computer, and she put on a big fake smile and told him that they all missed me. Kind of creepy, isn't it? I stayed away from that place the first couple of months after I quit because I didn't want to face Marge or her gang. But then I thought that was stupid. This is my town, too, and I'm not about to go around being afraid to do something or go somewhere because of them. So I started going to the library once a week. At first I was militant about it. I'd just go in there and grin at her as she checked out my books for me. But gradually things simmered down, and now I'm just like a regular patron. We sort of peacefully coexist." Julia shook her head. "Strange. There's something to be said for the anonymity of a big city. There, if you have a problem like this, you just go somewhere else. You pick another library. Or talk to that person's supervisor." "Exactly. But here you're bound to see that person again. You have to deal with her. It's tough." "I take it McQueen has a lot of malicious sympathizers, for want of a better word." "You're right about that," Deanna said. "Why do you think that is?" Deanna shrugged. "Who knows? My theory is that these people are basically dissatisfied with their own lives, unhappy with their marriages or their jobs or whatever, and they need someone to hate. For some reason, hating someone else makes them feel better about themselves. And with the Soviet Union gone, they have no real enemy anymore. No organized enemy, that is. No one they can blame all their conspiracies on. So now they hate our government. Pretty much. I mean, these are the same people who were so pro-American back in the 80s that they wanted to bomb Libya and bomb Iran and bomb Iraq and bomb Russia. Now they want to bomb abortion clinics and government offices." Julia smiled. "Maybe they just like to bomb things. Maybe. But it seems to me that if everyone would just live their own lives, would just concentrate on themselves and not worry about what everyone else is doing, we'd all be a lot better off. Happy people don't march in protests or spend their weekends playing soldier. These guys are losers, and if they just try to fix their own lives rather than dictate to everyone else how they should think and what they should do, we'd all be a lot better off." "I agree." Julia looked out at the garden and sighed. "The frightening thing is not just how paranoid and cynical these people are, but how stupid. They don't trust the government, fine, but they don't trust anything else either, except their own loony little network of people. Researched, verified stories from newspapers they don't buy, but some anonymous posting on the internet they accept as gospel. Some disgruntled janitor from Kentucky comes home after work, eats his hamburger helper, and starts ranting on the computer, and they believe him more than they do the trained journalists who work for legitimate news-gathering services. It's scary." Deanna laughed. I knew I liked you. You know, Gregory wanted to move back to McWayne because he thought it would be a better place to raise the kids. Southern California's so full of drugs and gang violence and everything that it didn't seem like a great environment for Adam and Teo to grow up in. He wanted to come back here because he thought a small-town atmosphere might be better. I thought so, too, originally. And now? I don't know. Deanna smiled. What's so funny? Nothing. What? It's just that it's still hard for me to think of Gregory Tomasov as someone's dad, as a middle-aged guy worried about where to raise his kids. In my mind, he's still that obnoxious teenager who tried to sneak into the girls' locker room. Gregory? Him and a couple of his friends. The coach caught them and gave them the choice of being suspended or joining the track team. At the time, McWayne High didn't have enough boys to even have a track team. Gregory, Tony, and Mike pushed them just above the minimum limit. Julia laughed. So tell me about Gregory back then. I can't even see him trying to sneak into a girl's locker room. Oh, he did more than that, let me tell you. A lot of those Mollican boys were hellraisers. I don't know if they were trying to rebel against their background or what, but they were holy terrors back then. Same thing in L.A., Julia said. I even dated some of those boys. Then you know what I'm talking about. And Gregory was one of them. He was smarter than most of the other kids. More, I don't know, modern, I would say. But outside the classroom, he was just as bad. She grew thoughtful. Although he seemed to change quite a bit after his dad died. He wasn't here that long afterward. He and his mom moved to California. But there was a big difference in the way he acted. It was like he suddenly turned into an adult or something. He was quiet, serious, seemed to have lost his sense of humor. She met Julia's eyes. I guess I can't imagine him as a middle-aged man. I'd almost forgotten about that Gregory. Every time I ask his mother about what he was like as a boy, she tells me what a perfect and well-behaved child he was. Deanna laughed. I always suspected she was whitewashing the truth. Or she didn't know the truth. Deanna leaned forward. Let me tell you what he was really like. I talked to Deanna today. Gregory shifted his pillow against the headboard, opened his Time. Yeah? About you. He laughed. I'll bet she had some stories to tell. And tell them she did. Julia pushed down his magazine. Did you really put red dye in the school swimming pool and then claim it was from girls who were having their period? I didn't put the dye in, but you were there. I plead the fifth. And you told the gym teachers that it was from girls' periods? He grinned. Yeah, I guess I did. She hit his shoulder. You were a brat. I probably was, he admitted, laughing. That's it, she said. That's it. She started tickling him, and he dropped his magazine to defend himself. She got in a few good underarm shots before he grabbed hold of both her hands. She gave him a quick kiss even as she struggled to escape. So, what was Deanna like? He shrugged. Stuck-up bitch. She stopped struggling. It had been clear from what Deanna said that she and Gregory had not gotten along as kids, but there hadn't been any maliciousness in her descriptions, any resentment in her retelling of old stories. These were things that had happened long ago, and she obviously viewed them as simply humorous anecdotes from childhood. There hadn't been this pettiness in her voice, this flat meanness. Julia pulled her arms free. What did you say? I said she was a stuck-up little bitch. That's what I thought you said. And she was. She's not now. Maybe, he said. Maybe not. She moved away from him. I don't believe this. I know you're friends and all, and I'm glad you've met someone you like, but that doesn't mean I have to like them. He reached for her, but she pushed him back. The mood was shattered, and though she'd wanted to make love tonight, she rebuffed his advances and turned away, pulling the covers over her, as he picked up his time and resumed reading. 5. Jesse Tallfeather dropped the empty Mountain Dew can on the ground at his feet and kicked it into the pile next to the kiln. He walked slowly through the statuary. Business sucked. If things didn't improve, and fast, he was going to have to declare bankruptcy. He wished he could get out from underneath this, but he'd looked at it from every angle possible, and he just didn't see a way. He sure as shit wouldn't be able to sell the business. No one on the reservation had the cash. Hell, no one in McWayne had the cash. Most of the other shop and store owners were barely hanging on themselves. Unless he could somehow convince that Mollican who won the lottery to either purchase the place or come in as a partner, and the chances of that were pretty damn slim, he was going to go down with the ship. The ironic thing was that he hadn't even wanted to get involved with the statuary in the first place. His father had started the business, and his brother Bill had been set up to follow in his footsteps, but then Bill had up and run off with Hank Wilson's teenage daughter, hightailing it out of town, and Jesse had sort of ended up with the statuary by default. In his father's day, things had been good. The family had made a decent, comfortable living. But times had changed, and there wasn't much call for statues anymore. No one put them on grave sites these days, and even decorative driveway figures and lawn ornaments were not in much demand. He still sold some small stuff, an occasional fountain or bird bath, or those little cement quails and ducks that old ladies liked to put in their gardens. But he'd been barely making a living for the past several years, and unless there was a miracle, it looked like he was soon going to have to shut down completely. He sighed. If McWayne had a casino, he wouldn't have any of these problems. He'd wished many times that their tribe would jump on the casino bandwagon. Up north, the Navajos had nixed the idea, but a lot of other tribes throughout the Southwest had gotten rich off gambling, and there were no casinos at all in Rio Verde County. It was virgin territory, and since theirs was the only reservation in this particular corner of the state, they would have a virtual monopoly. It was an enticing idea, but so far not one that had caught on. Although reservation casinos were almost universally successful, he was constantly surprised by the hostility they generated among politicians and the media. The idea that Indians were actually making money and succeeding on their own seemed to really tick them off. Even the so-called activists who were always raising money for reservation doctors and social services were unhappy about casinos. Of course, he knew, they were supposed to be all noble and natural because they were what white America now called Native Americans. That meant that their job was to live in hogans and teepees and look picturesque for the tourists driving by in their BMWs. They were not supposed to want anything better or more modern for themselves. They weren't supposed to run casinos, but were supposed to squat in the dirt in native attire, grinding corn in metates. They were supposed to live up to their media image, to be one with the land or some such bullshit, and if they were to succumb to commercialization, it was preferred that the method be crouching on blankets by the side of the road and selling turquoise jewelry. That whole aspect of contemporary American culture made him sick. The obsession with appearances. It was okay to build roads through sacred land, but not to drop a McDonald's wrapper on the road. Hell, give 'em a whole sandstorm's worth of wind-blown trash in the desert rather than new development. Did people really believe that a beer bottle left on the ground by a camper was more harmful to the environment than a new subdivision? It was this focus on neatness and cleanliness and a false antiseptic order that bothered him so. Nature was not clean. Nature was not orderly. It was not like a suburban lawn, with everything carefully arranged and perfectly placed. And if these well-meaning people were really interested in nature, they would abandon their cosmetic attempts to prettify its appearance and concern themselves with substantive issues. He himself didn't even like nature. Give him a nice new casino any day. He imagined himself walking through an air-conditioned lobby, dressed in a suit and tie, nodding familiarly to the high rollers. Around him were video slots, computerized blackjack, wall-to-wall carpeting, and piped-in music. It was a new world, a different world, and one that he would be more than happy to join. But for now, this was home. Jessie looked around the yard at the statues. Winged Victory, sandwiched between two anonymous Roman-style pedestal busts, stared back at him from a slightly raised section of ground to the left of the kilns. A trio of Michelangelo's Davids looked coyly toward a pair of Venus de Milos. He started walking slowly through the yard. He stretched out his hands, let his fingers slide over the smooth figures as he passed by. The statuary reminded him of a junkyard. There were the same crowded, narrow aisles, only the objects flanking the dirt paths were new cement and plaster, rather than wrecked metal. He liked the cool feel of the statues against his skin, liked the feel of the hot sun on his face. He had walked this walk so many times that he could do it blindfolded. He knew where everything was, and he remembered that last year, when he'd actually sold a major piece to one of the Copper Days tourists, it had thrown him off for a while. The yard had not seemed the same, and he'd found that he missed the sold statue. Missed it? Yes, he had, and he realized for the first time that despite his initial resistance, he would miss this entire place if he had to give it up. He would honestly regret losing the statuary, would be sad having to say goodbye to all this. It had grown on him, incrementally, become a part of him over the years, and as much as he hated to admit it, it was now his home. He reached the chain-link fence and turned around. At the far end of the aisle, Winged Victory was staring at him. He frowned. That wasn't possible. The large statue had always faced the sales office. Hell, he'd just walked past it and it had been facing the opposite direction. But now it was facing him. He looked around, scanned some of the nearby figures. Hadn't that one's head been facing another direction? Hadn't that one's arm been positioned differently? Chills spread over his skin, down his body. He turned to his right and saw that several of the statues appeared to have moved. The sun was still hot, but he felt suddenly cold. There was something going on here. Natahui, he thought. Uninvited guests. The idea frightened him. They were indeed living on desecrated land, and though he didn't like to think about that kind of stuff, he believed it, and he knew in his heart of hearts that there had been and would continue to be things going on in this area that were unexplainable, that were part of the other world, not this world. Why was he being picked on, though? He didn't know, but it was clear both to him and to a lot of other people that things were escalating, that things were out of balance, that something had happened to change the status of coexistence in McWayne. He didn't know what it was or where it was going, but he knew that it now involved him, and he didn't like that at all. It frightened him. He thought he saw movement out of the corner of his eye, and he whirled left to see what it was, but all was still. He could not remember if the statue he was staring at had been posed differently or had always been this way. Natahui. He looked down that long, long aisle toward the sales office, thought for a moment, then climbed the chain-link fence, hopped over, and walked around the outside of the yard and back to the front. Chapter 9. 1. In her dream, Agafia was walking through the Malakan cemetery toward the edge of the cliff. It was a cold day with a dark monsoon sky, and only occasional indistinct flashes of lightning illuminated the otherwise gloom-shrouded ridge-top. She did not know why she was walking toward the cliff, but she was striding with purpose. She desperately wanted to see what lay over the edge, at the bottom of the mine, even though she knew that whatever was down there was evil and would destroy her. There were no other thoughts in her mind, only that simple instinctive desire to look into the pit, and she pressed forward with the single-mindedness of the obsessed. She walked over her husband's grave, walked over Jim's. The ground beneath her feet suddenly shifted, and in the second's worth of illumination provided by a flash of double lightning, she saw a hand emerging from the rocky soil. She managed to avoid it, but another one grabbed her right ankle and held tight, cold fingers digging into the skin of her leg with death-grown nails. She kicked at it, stomped down as hard as she could, and got away. But in another flash of lightning, she saw that hands were coming up everywhere. She was still walking, making a beeline for the cliff, but she glanced quickly around and saw that there were no hands coming up from either Jim's or her husband's graves. The ground above their burial plots remained completely undisturbed. That energized her for some reason, and she increased her speed, lifting her legs high and stomping her feet down hard in order to crush any hands that might be trying to grab her. As the rain started to fall, she reached the edge of the cliff and looked into the pit, where climbing up the slippery slope from a black pool of mud at the bottom, she saw Gregory, dressed all in red, his face painted white, grinning up at her. Agafia awoke, feeling cold, her hands shaking as they pulled up the covers she had kicked off during her dream. Her heart was pounding. She forced herself to remain unmoving and stare up at the ceiling as she took a series of deep breaths. This was the second nightmare that she'd had about her son in as many months, and that worried her. What did it mean, she wondered? This was not coincidence, not chance. It was not the random workings of her brain that had brought on these nightmares. They had been shown to her. She had been allowed to see them. There was a reason she was being led in this direction, but although she could think of many possible explanations, none of them felt right to her, and that left her feeling not only frustrated and angry, but afraid. She sat up, took a drink of water from the glass atop the nightstand next to her bed. There was a lot going on that she could not explain, and she wished her father were here. Father would be able to make sense of this. He knew a lot about both this world and the next world, about evil. There was no one around now with that same level of knowledge and comprehension. Jim might have been able to understand what was happening, but she herself did not, and there was no one else she could rely on. One thing she knew for sure, one thing they all knew, was that the police were wasting their time conducting interviews and looking for fingerprints on the Bible and footprints in the dust. There was no murderer. Jim had not been killed by anything human. It was some type of evil spirit, and though they were not yet sure exactly how to proceed, they knew a cleansing was in order. She was still not sure who would take charge of that. Nikolai Michkov was a well-meaning man, but he was not deep. He saw only the surface, repeated only what he'd been taught. He was not a seeker, not a thinker, and she did not think he had the leadership qualities necessary to see them through something like this. They would do something, though. Vera Afonin was still alive and kicking. She seemed sharper than she ever had, and with Vera around, they could be sure that a cleansing would occur. Whether it would be the right one or not remained to be seen. Agafia rubbed her eyes. Her breathing had returned to normal. Her heart had stopped pounding so furiously, and already she was feeling sleepy again. She took one more sip of water, replaced the glass on the nightstand, and lay down, adjusting her body so that her feet, hands, and everything except her head were situated safely under the blanket. She closed her eyes, sank quickly back into sleep. She dreamed of the grave and Gregory. Chapter 10. 1. It was cold and breezy on his walk home from school, the sky overcast, the sun low in the west. Multicolored leaves skittered along the sidewalk, snapping and crackling beneath his tennis shoes. There was the smell of burning wood on the wind. Fireplaces, Adam assumed. A warm, comforting smell that reminded him of movies that took place in big colonial mansions in New England. He would not have expected the desert to have seasons. Southern California didn't, but both Scott and Dan had told him that it got pretty darn cold here during the fall and winter, and he could tell that they were right. He walked down the canyon road, past the high school, intending to cut through the football field and hit his street without having to go through the downtown area. He reached the school and was halfway across the field when he stopped, shifting his books from his right hand to his left. Ahead of him, he could see a group of slutty-looking girls, lighting cigarettes as they walked slowly around the left side of the gym, and he hesitated for a moment. Were these girls part of the pack he and Scott had met up with that night? He thought of the way the boys who'd chased them had promised to hunt them down and beat the hell out of them. "I'll get you, you little shit." He still worried about that sometimes. Scott was right. There was no way those assholes could identify them, and as the weeks passed, it became less and less likely that they would. But still the possibility existed, and it never hurt to be too careful. He squinted. The girls were too far away to see clearly, but they could easily be the same ones the two of them had run into that night. And they were taking exactly the same route he had planned. He didn't want to meet up with them, but it was getting late, and rather than backtrack and have to go 2 streets out of his way in order to get home, he changed his course and made his way toward the right side of the gym rather than the left. There was another exit from the campus by the office, and while it would take him a block out of his way, it was a short block, and he thought it safer. He reached the gym and walked along the right side of the windowless building toward the center of campus. The school grounds were quiet, empty save for himself and the girls, and he could hear the diffused, muted sounds of their voices bouncing off the walls of the other classrooms. He came to the end of the building and started across the open blacktop toward the office. The acoustics changed here, and now he could clearly hear several female voices behind him, and one of them sounded very familiar. He stopped, looking back, but the girls were not in front of the gym. They were either still on the other side or had walked out to the street, and he hesitated only a moment before hurrying back and making his way past the closed double doors and along the gym face. The voices were muffled again, but he knew what he'd heard, and he reached the far end and carefully peeked around the corner to make sure. It was Sasha. He ducked back behind the wall. She and the other girls were standing next to the school fence, looking out at the street, smoking. He moved as close as he could to the edge of the building without being seen, and stood there, listening. "Have you ever, done it?" one girl was asking. Sasha laughed, and though he recognized the sound of his sister's voice, the cadence of the laugh seemed odd, unfamiliar. "Of course." His heart was pounding. He was doing something wrong, eavesdropping on a private conversation like this, and though she was doing something even more wrong, he felt guilty and frightened. It was his sister standing around that corner, but he was just as afraid, no, more afraid of being caught by the girls now than he had been before. He didn't know what Sasha would do if she caught him, and he didn't want to find out. "I like 'em long," Sasha said. The other girls giggled. Adam's heart was pounding. He could not believe this was his sister. If their parents ever found out. He thought of that time at the restaurant, his birthday, when he'd seen her panties, and as sick as he knew it was, he was suddenly hard. He moved his books down, pressed them against his growing erection. The light was fading, the afternoon disappearing. He should have been home by now, but he and Scott had stayed late in the library in order to finish a report that was due, and they'd forgotten the time. He wondered what lie Sasha was going to give for her lateness, what she would tell their parents she'd been doing. "I always make 'em lick me first," one of the other girls said, between puffs on her cigarette. "Otherwise I might not get to come at all." She laughed huskily. "And after they sniff me and taste me down there, they're usually hard enough that I don't have to suck them." "I like to suck them," Sasha announced. "Do you let them come in your mouth?" "Every time." There were squeals and laughter. Adam was suddenly nervous. He'd heard too much, and he was filled with the absurd certainty that he would be caught, that the girls would decide to walk around the corner to where he was hiding and find him. It made no sense, but it was a feeling that was impossible to shake. And, moving in the shadows, he retreated back along the front of the gym until he reached the far side. Looking over his shoulder to make sure that neither Sasha nor one of her friends was following, he sped across the open center of the campus and past the office, emerging onto the street. He ran 2 blocks out of his way just to make sure he wouldn't be seen. He thought about Sasha all the way home. So she'd had sex. She was doing it. He imagined her naked, with her legs spread wide and her most private area open to the world, and he wondered if she was hairy down there. He desperately wanted to share this with someone, wanted at least to be able to tell Scott what had happened, what he'd heard, and he would have, had it involved anyone other than Sasha. But he could not present his sister like that to other people. He did not know if it was because he wanted to protect her, or because he considered anything that involved a member of his family a reflection on himself. But he did not want Scott to discover that Sasha was the way she was. Back in California, it would have been hard to imagine Sasha even talking about sex, let alone doing it. She'd been a bitch sometimes, yeah, but she'd also been kind of a goody-goody, and the type of girls she was hanging out with now were the type she and her friends had made fun of then. But something had happened to her since they'd moved to McWayne. She was even bitchier, if that was possible. But there'd also been a deeper, more fundamental change. A change in the things she liked, the way she acted, the people she hung around with, her entire outlook on life. It was as if she was purposely trying to be exactly the kind of person their parents did not want her to be, as if all of her upbringing had suddenly been tossed out the window. He was ashamed to say that he liked the new Sasha better. Adam thought of that quick glimpse up her skirt. "I like 'em long." He kept his books pressed hard in front of him as he walked. He got home well before his sister did, and explained to his mom why he was late. He'd been expecting a big lecture. She usually freaked out about stuff like this. But apparently she'd lost track of time too, and she hadn't really noticed he was not on time until he told her. He took advantage of this rare occurrence, apologized and said it wouldn't happen again, and quickly ran upstairs. Sasha's door was closed, as usual, but he decided to take a chance and tried the knob. Locked. It was what he'd expected, but he was disappointed nonetheless, and he was turning back toward his own bedroom when he saw, on the hall floor next to the hamper that stood beside the bathroom door, what looked like a pair of panties. Red panties. Sasha's panties. He hurried over, and sure enough, his sister's underwear had spilled out from the overflowing hamper and was lying wadded up next to the plastic container on the uncarpeted hardwood floor. He didn't even think about it, but looked quickly around, bent over, scooped the panties up, and retreated into his bedroom. 2. The tyranny of a small town. If he had been a writer, he could have used it as the title of a book. As it was, it would go the way of most ideas and observations, becoming nothing, not even a memory, forgotten after a few moments of consideration. But it was a valid concept, Gregory thought, as he watched a trio of almost identically clad men emerge from the cab of a pickup. All of the men were wearing Wrangler jeans, with a telltale white circle on the right rear pocket, indicating where they kept their cans of chewing tobacco. All had on Western shirts. Cowboys. They even walked with a similar swagger, and he watched as they entered the bar, laughing together at some private joke. He remembered all during his childhood, wanting to be like everyone else, feeling the pressure to fit in, wishing his parents talked with a Texas twang rather than a Russian accent. There had been a lot of Molohcans in town then, and almost as many Mormons, but while there had not been a lot of overt prejudice, he had still felt the desire to blend in, to not be different, to assimilate into Arizona culture. And things seemed to have gotten worse since then. He supposed it was because McGuane was becoming more homogeneous, the diversity of its past fading into history as younger Molohcans moved away in search of better jobs and better lives. The residents here now seemed somehow less tolerant, even though examples of overt bigotry were much rarer than before. But conformity was all important. Yesterday he'd seen a young woman picking out baby clothes at the store. She'd intended to buy a red jumpsuit with the flags of different nations printed on both the front and the back. But when two of her acquaintances had stopped by and ridiculed her choice, she had instantly put the jumpsuit away and picked one that they liked. And it was not only such superficial aspects of life as fashion. The tendency toward conformity ran far deeper than that. For example, the bumper stickers that were so ubiquitous in California, trumpeting a driver's support for a political candidate or cause, were nowhere to be found on McGuane vehicles, because no one wanted to call attention to the fact that they might hold views and opinions different from those of their neighbors. Was that going to happen to his kids? Had he uprooted them for nothing, merely exchanging the pressures of being hip and trendy for the pressures of conforming to the dictates of small-minded, small-town rednecks? The thought depressed him. He sighed, staring at the door of the bar where the cowboys had walked in. He wondered what was wrong with him. He'd felt out of sorts lately, vaguely dissatisfied, though there was nothing he could put his finger on. He'd spent the better part of the afternoon wandering around, doing nothing. He could have gone home and asked Julia to come with him, but he wanted to be alone, and he passed from shop to shop, stopping in at the mining museum, walking over to the Chamber of Commerce, peering down at the pit, sitting for a spell on a bench in the park. He didn't know what he was looking for, but whatever it was, he didn't find it. He walked back up the street to the cafe, or the coffee house, as it had been unofficially rechristened. The sign outside, the menus inside, and all of the ads still read Mocha Joe's Cafe, but their new patrons had attempted to bestow big city sophistication upon themselves, and nearly all of them now referred to the place as the coffee house. Winona, the teenager working behind the counter, nodded at him as he walked in. "Hey, Gregory." "Hey," he said. It must be later than he thought. Winona didn't get off school until 3. didn't start her shift until 3:30. He looked up at the clock above the counter. 4:10. He'd been out wandering, wasting the day since just after noon. But was he really wasting his day? Would anything else he might have done been any more worthwhile? No. He looked toward the small stage, saw Ted Pearson, a local would-be folk singer, pulling the cover off one of the microphones and starting to set up for tonight's performance. Was he glad they'd moved? Was he happy here? Gregory was not sure. He was glad he'd quit his old job, and he certainly had plenty of things to keep him busy, plenty with which to occupy his time. But if he were to be totally honest with himself, the life of unending joy that he'd always thought would be his if he ever came into a large amount of money had not really materialized. The shine on his Bill Graham Jr. dream had also faded. He had indeed contacted some nationally known touring acts, but McWayne was so far away from any major center of population that unless Mocha Joe's was willing to fork over big bucks, it would be too cost-prohibitive for any of the acts to play here. So he was stuck with local bands and local musicians, and since he'd just seen about all of them now, even a few from as far away as Wilcox and Safford, he thought he could safely say that he wasn't going to be discovering the next Beatles or even the next Hootie and the Blowfish. There was still his plan to feature poetry, to try and find some legitimate cowboy poets to read their work, but even his hopes for success there had been considerably muted. Odd emerged from Paul's office, carrying a section of sawed-off board and a toolbox so heavy it weighted him to the right. Odd always cheered him up, and he smiled as the old man twisted his body and walked sideways, grunting his complaints in order to make it past the counter. "You could have just taken it at the back," Gregory said. "It'd be a lot easier." Odd looked up at him. "I've had about enough suggestions for one day. My truck's out front, and that's where I'm going." Gregory met Winona's eyes, and she shrugged, moving to the opposite end of the counter. Gregory laughed. "You're a bitter old buzzard, aren't you?" The old man sighed, put down his toolbox. He put the wood on top of it and wiped the sweat from his face with both hands. "I suppose I am," he admitted. "But you try working in that un-air-conditioned little office for 3 hours and see if it don't make you crabby as hell." "Where's Paul?" "Took off early today. Said he had some personal business to take care of. I think he's coming back tonight, though. Why?" "Nothing. I was just wondering." He walked over, picked up the wood from the top of the toolbox. "What kind of personal business?" Odd shrugged. "Not my place to wonder." Gregory nodded, and the two of them walked through the cafe and outside to Odd's dented old pickup. "You hanging around for the show?" Odd asked. Gregory shook his head. "I just thought I'd stop by for a second, see what's happening before heading home." The old man looked back toward the open door of the cafe, then leaned in closer. "Between you and me, I don't think that Pearson boy's got much of a future in showbiz." "I'd have to go along with you there." "What do people like him do it for? Get up there and humiliate themselves like that? You know his buddies at the title company are bound to be talking." "Some people just feel the need to express themselves, I guess." "Well, I express myself in the shower, and it's not going to go any further than that." Gregory laughed. Odd walked around to the driver's side of the pickup. "I guess I'm off," he said. "I'm heading home, too. Want to give me a lift?" "Sure, hop in." "Just a sec." Gregory hurried back into the cafe, told Winona he was going home, and told her to ask Paul to call him if he came in. The teenager nodded. "Will do." He went back outside, got in the truck, and had barely closed the door before Odd was speeding up the road. "You're supposed to take me home," Gregory pointed out. The old man grinned. "I know a shortcut." Sure enough, it was a shortcut. and not nearly as hair-raising a route as Gregory had feared. Odd drove down the drive, swung the pickup around, and left him off right in front of his door. "You want to come in?" Gregory asked. Odd shook his head. "Lurlene'll have supper made already. She gets pretty riled if I'm even half a second late. I'll take a rain check on that." "Why don't you two both come by sometime?" Odd nodded. "I'd like that. You never did have no housewarming party or nothing. We could get a few people together, see if we can't get 'em to bring gifts." He paused. "Only I doubt they'd be too expensive. You're the lottery winner, after all." "Maybe I'll buy the gifts. Bribe people to come." Odd grinned. "There you go. You can count me and Lurleen in." Gregory slammed the car door. "Later." He could not tell if Odd bade him any form of goodbye. The pickup took off so fast that he instinctively jumped back so his feet wouldn't get run over by the right rear tire. He saw a hand poke out of the driver's window and wave, a silhouette in the dust. In the kitchen, Julia and his mother were talking about planting flowers, in Russian. They'd all been speaking a lot more Russian since they'd arrived here, and he was not really sure why. Regression on his part, he assumed. A combination of living with his mother again and being back in the town where he'd grown up. But he wasn't sure about Julia. Was she doing it for his mother's sake, merely to be polite? Or was she trying to keep in practice in order to, what, maintain her heritage? It didn't make sense. None of it made sense, and he decided to let it slide and not worry about it. He gave Julia a quick perfunctory kiss, got a glass of water, and ascertaining that the conversation was not yet over and that neither of them wanted him involved in it, retreated into the living room. He sat down, turned on the television, and flipped through channels until he found a tabloid news show. Setting the remote down on the coffee table, he kicked off his shoes and settled in on the couch to watch. The features were ostensibly human interest stories and were delivered in upbeat cheerleader tones by the pert female anchor. But they all involved murder, betrayal, and the worst sorts of human activity. A man tracked his ex-wife across country to a small town where he attempted to run her down with a car. She leaped out of the way to safety while he crashed into a tree and was killed. A woman went from being a high-priced lawyer to being a high-priced call girl and was killed by a John on the same day she had written to her mother that she was quitting the prostitution business. A 10-year-old girl who had her arms chopped off by her father, who'd molested her since she was 3, had learned to paint pictures with her feet. Halfway through the show, his mother came into the living room, sat down in her recliner, and watched the rest of the program with him. In the kitchen, he heard the rattle of pots and pans as Julia started dinner. The tabloid show ended, and a promo for the upcoming news came on. A Phoenix youngster was missing, and police had found a body buried in the desert that might be his. Gregory turned toward his mother, speaking in Russian. "Makes you wonder sometimes about the goodness of man, doesn't it?" "People," she reminded him, "are a combination of the dust of the earth and the breath of God. God created man from the dust, but he breathed life into him. That's why people may be base and animalistic in many ways, but they still desire and keep reaching for the spiritual and godly." She smiled at him. "I liked the girl painting with her toes." Gregory smiled back. Sometimes his mother surprised him. He underestimated her, he thought. Her ideas were nowhere as simple, knee-jerk, and one-dimensional as he sometimes believed them to be, and he should know by now that despite the strict doctrine and rigid culture, most Molokans were at heart good, decent, moral people. They were also intelligent, spiritually minded individuals who gave a hell of a lot more thought to metaphysical and philosophical matters than he ever did. Despite his college education. He might not believe the same things as the churchgoers, but it was wrong of him to dismiss their beliefs as somehow intellectually inferior to his own. His mother looked around the room, as if to make sure Julia and the kids were not nearby, then got out of her chair and came over to the couch, sitting next to him. "I've been having dreams," she said. Gregory said nothing. He knew where this was leading. Throughout his childhood, his mother had foisted her supposedly prophetic dreams upon them, always insisting on the inevitability of their outcomes. She wasn't revered like Vera Afonin, but her dreams were still accorded respect in the church, and that had given her far too much confidence at home. His father, he knew, had invented scenarios similar to her dreams in order to get her off his back, and Gregory had long since learned to do the same. There was no statute of limitation on prophecy. It was what kept fortune-tellers and psychics in business, and he knew that if his mother predicted some sort of disaster for him, she would be on pins and needles until something bad actually occurred. It could be a year later and completely dissimilar to the event in her dream, but if something happened to him, she would claim credit for it. She could dream about him cracking his head open, and if he injured his toe playing football 6 months later, she would pull an "I told you so" and rest secure in the knowledge that she had successfully predicted it. This time, she told of dreaming about the Molokon cemetery and seeing him crawling up the ridge from the mine below, dreaming about him being trapped in the banya and unable to escape, dreaming about him being attacked by the shadow of a dwarf. It was slightly unnerving. The sheer number of nightmares she'd had recently that involved him, but he still didn't put any stock in their veracity, and he tried to think of some way to put her mind at ease. "I don't think any of those things are going to happen," he said in Russian. "No," she admitted, "but they mean that something bad will happen to you. I worry." He looked into her eyes. She'd grown so old, he thought. She had not regained her former sprightliness after the minister's death, and she looked weak to him, frail. He found himself wondering how much time she had left. He tried to push the thought out of his mind. She met his gaze. "Just be careful," she told him. He smiled, patted her hand. "Don't worry, Mother. I will." 3. Saturday morning, they let Gregory's mother take care of the kids and met Paul and Deanna at the country kitchen for breakfast. They could have gone to the cafe, but both Gregory and Paul said they'd been spending far too much time in that place and were getting sick of it. So they took a break and went out for a real meal instead of Mocha Joe's bagels and coffee. Paul and Deanna were already at the restaurant, and they waved the two of them over as soon as she and Gregory stepped through the door. The country kitchen smelled richly of bacon and sausage and buttermilk waffles, and to Julia there seemed something good and wholesome about that. Eateries in California were so trendy and health-conscious these days that far too many of them had the bland scent of a refrigerator filled with fresh fruit. It was heartening somehow to smell these old-fashioned breakfasts, and in a weird way she suddenly understood why Gregory had wanted to move back here. They greeted their friends, sat down, ordered. Gregory and Deanna were still a little wary of each other, both of them acting more polite than either of them did normally, and Julia had to smile at that. All these years later, those teenage dynamics were still in place, and the patterns of behavior that had been laid down in childhood had not changed one whit. Julia wondered if she would act the same way if she encountered some old acquaintance from her high school days. She had not attended her 10-year reunion, but her 20th was coming up, and she was halfway considering going to it. There weren't a whole lot of people she was interested in seeing, but there were a few, and she figured she was successful enough and had kept herself up well enough that she could lord it over a few former rivals. But would she still feel intimidated by the girls who had intimidated her back then? Would she still feel close to the girls who had been close to her? She looked at Gregory and Deanna and wondered. After breakfast, the four of them walked off their calories. They paired off oddly. She and Paul were in the front, Gregory and Deanna behind them. Paul seemed to know quite a lot about the town's history and heritage, as well as its architecture, and he pointed out the boarding house that had once been a house of prostitution and the bookstore and thrift shop that shared what had been a Masonic temple. He knew who used to live where, and he told stories of land grabs and claim jumpers, cuckolds and adulterers as they walked up and down the winding, narrow streets. Julia was curious about the Mollicans, wanting to hear about them from an outsider's perspective. But Paul and Deanna both said that since they'd grown up with a lot of Mollicans around, they hadn't paid much attention. Mollicans had been an accepted part of everyday life. There'd been problems in the past, though, Paul admitted. Like the Mormons before them, Mollicans had been relegated to a certain section of town at the outset, and he led them through the narrow drive lined with abandoned shacks that had once been Russian town, recounting stories of several anti-Mollican attacks and beatings. "Do you remember this?" Julia asked Gregory. He shook his head. "Before my time." Back in the country kitchen parking lot 20 minutes later, Gregory stopped in front of their van, taking out his keys. "It's been fun," he said. "Thanks for the invite." Paul grinned, nodded toward Julia. "You got yourself a good one, bud." Gregory looked over at Deanna, then offered a half-hearted grin of his own. "I guess you did too." "Tough admission," Deanna teased. "Yeah," he said. "It is." Julia hit him. They all laughed. 4. He didn't tell anyone about it at first. It was embarrassing, for one thing, and it was weird for another. His belly button was growing. If he'd been married, he could have talked about it with his wife. If he'd been a kid, he could have talked about it with his mom. But he was a grown single man living alone, and this wasn't really something that he could bring up with his buddies down at the bar. Chilton Bodine turned off the shower and rubbed his washcloth gingerly over the not-so-small nub protruding from the bulging mound that was his belly. He'd always had an outie, but in the past week it had seemed to become more prominent. At first he'd thought it was just his imagination, but overnight he'd had to throw that theory out the window. It was now more than an inch long. He got out of the shower, used a towel to rub the steam off the mirror, and looked at his body in the glass. The pinkish belly button was now hanging down, like a small second penis. And the thought occurred to him that maybe his umbilical cord was growing back. That was what it looked like, and the thought scared him. Years ago, he'd taken a wart off his knee with Compound W, and the medicine had indeed worked, but years later the wart had returned in exactly the same spot. Was something like that happening here? The mirror was fogging up again, and once more he wiped it with the towel. He knew he didn't eat right, drank too much, didn't exercise, didn't take care of himself, and he'd been worried for several years that he might get cancer or have a heart attack or something. Not worried enough to do anything about it, but worried enough that the thought concerned him. Skin cancer was the most likely, he figured, and for quite a while now he'd kept a close watch on any moles or pimples or changes in skin tone on his body, which was how he'd noticed his belly button, which was why he thought at first that he might be overreacting. He touched the protruding piece of flesh, squeezed it between two fingers. He felt nothing. He squeezed harder. No pain. No sensation at all. He could go to the doctor. He should go to the doctor, but he was afraid of finding out that it was something serious, or, as he really feared, something unknown. He had never heard of anything like this happening before, and it was possible that it was the first time it had occurred, that it had never happened to anyone else. Ever. He might be the very first victim. He combed his hair, shaved, brushed his teeth, and got dressed. He went to work, tried not to think about it. He kept hoping it would go away, but as the days passed, the umbilical cord grew. From 1 inch to 2 to 3. He knew that it was an umbilical cord, and that was what frightened him. It was regenerating itself. But he was no longer inside his mama's body, and there was nothing for it to connect to. It hung down at first, but then it started to curve to one side, following the contours of his stomach. Would it just keep growing forever, trying to find his mama? He prayed that it wouldn't. The thought occurred to him that he could cut it off. After all, his first umbilical cord had been cut off after he was born, and there hadn't been any side effects. What if he just got himself some shears and lopped that sucker off? But the truth was, he was afraid to do that. There was still no feeling in it, but it was a part of him nonetheless, and whacking it off would be like chopping off a finger. It grew. 6 inches, 7, and then it moved. This was not just a shift in direction of growth, like before, an unobservable change that occurred over a long period of time, or during his sleep. He felt it wiggle, and he practically screamed when it happened. Would have screamed had he not been in church at the time. He glanced quickly to his left and right, making sure that no one had seen any movement or noticed his reaction, and was gratified to see that everyone's gaze was focused on the preacher up front. The umbilical cord was cold, he noticed now, though that was not something that had registered before. It felt like a worm or a snake, and it slithered beneath his white church shirt, the slimy tip of it pressing against his right nipple. He was filled not only with horrified disgust, but with a sudden sensation of panic. What could he do? It felt as though it was growing, even now, beneath his shirt, and he half expected it to pop out from the top of his shirt, whipping out from underneath his collar like some overlong pecker. The cord moved to his left nipple, started down the side of his stomach. He'd had enough. He couldn't take it any more. He stood quickly and excused himself as he passed in front of Jed and Travis and Maybelle, trying not to step on their feet as he made his way out of the pew and into the center aisle. He didn't know if they could see the outline of the umbilical cord beneath his shirt, and at this point he didn't really care. It might even be a relief to have his secret discovered. But despite the overwhelming feelings of fear and panic within him, despite the sheen of sweat that draped his head and was soaking through his cotton whites, everyone apparently assumed that he'd had a sudden attack of the runs or something and let him pass without even looking at him. He rushed out of the church, threw up in the bushes outside. His truck was parked on the street, but he ran all the way home, the umbilical cord sliding slowly and methodically over his upper torso, exploring. He ripped the shirt off the second he was inside his house, and the door was closed safely behind him. The umbilical cord whipped out straight, practically pulling him off balance, then, like a tape measure being called back and rewound, slipped faster than the eye could see down his pants. He felt it slide through his underwear and press against his leg before tapping his knee and coming to a stop. Chilton fell into his recliner, crying, tears coursing down his cheeks, and great hiccuping sobs of fear and frustration issuing involuntarily from his uncooperative mouth. He couldn't remember the last time he'd cried. He must have been a baby then, and he didn't want to be crying now, but he just couldn't help himself. He didn't know what the hell was going on. His own freakish body was attacking him. He was embarrassed and terrified and all alone, with no one to talk to. Everything was crashing down on him at once, and he knew that he was cracking under the pressure like some pathetic little panty-waist, but he just couldn't help it. He crossed his legs, trying to trap the umbilical cord in place, and sucked in his gut as he unbuckled his belt and then pulled it as tight as it would go, rebuckling. It was uncomfortable and chafing, but he figured it would keep the cord from moving around, and he slumped back, feeling drained. He was still crying, could not seem to stop, but he knew he had to do something about this, and he tried to think of something, tried to come up with a plan. His brain seemed fuzzy, though, his thought processes muddled, and the only thing that made any sense to him was to stay here in the recliner and wait for it to go away. It wouldn't go away, he knew that intellectually, but remaining here felt right, and he curled up and doubled over, and was grateful that he felt no movement in his pants. He cried himself to sleep. He awoke unable to breathe, his windpipe choked off by the umbilical cord that was now wrapped around his neck. The recliner was all the way back, and he was stretched out. His belt was still tight. His waist hurt from the leather digging into his skin, but the umbilical cord had escaped, and it had grown. He flailed around, attempting to suck in air, but unable to draw breath any deeper than the back of his mouth. His whole head was hot, and it felt as though the entire world was pressing in on his body. His feet kicked out at the elevated footrest, and his thrashing hands knocked over a lamp and an ashtray on the table next to him before his fingers curled around a pair of scissors. He fumblingly tried to fit his fingers through the holes, but he couldn't seem to work the scissors, and was afraid he would drop them, and his last and only chance would be gone. His vision was getting fuzzy, and he knew time was running out, so he held the scissors tightly and stabbed at his belly button, but he missed the umbilical cord, and the pointed steel sank shallowly into his flesh. His body jerked with the pain, and he screamed, only he couldn't scream. The attempt seemed to deplete what little air remained in his lungs, and his vision darkened. He was dying, and he pulled at the scissors and stabbed at the cord wrapped around his throat, and was gratified to feel movement. He still could not breathe, but the cord was sentient, and it wanted to save itself, and it tried to move away from the knife without letting up on its grip. He succeeded in stabbing the umbilical cord, but he also hit his own neck, and blood was streaming down his shoulder, down his back. He was growing weaker, his brain fogging, and he sensed that his last resort was to get at the source. He gripped the scissors hard and plunged them into his stomach. He'd been aiming for his belly button again, but again he'd missed, and the scissors sank blade deep into his flesh. The pain was unbearable, unlike anything he'd ever experienced before, and he was glad to feel himself passing out from lack of oxygen, so he wouldn't have to experience the agony of the stab wound any longer. He just hoped the umbilical cord died with him. Chapter 11. 1. I found something really cool, Scott said. They were at lunch, and Adam had just traded his apple for half a Twinkie. He bit into the cream-filled snack cake. What is it? I can't tell you. If you can't tell me, why'd you bring it up? I mean, I have to show you, he grinned. It's so cool. Adam finished the Twinkie, wiped his hands on his jeans. At least give me a hint. I can't. You're really annoying, you know that? We all know that, Dan said, sitting down on the opposite side of the table and opening his lunch sack. Where have you been? Scott asked. The office. Scott leaned forward excitedly. What happened? What did you do? Nothing. I forgot my lunch and my mom brought it. He shook his head. I could have just bought my lunch at the cafeteria. Nothing more embarrassing than having your mom come to school, Scott agreed. Is there anything good in there? Adam asked, looking over. Dan pulled out a sandwich. Salami, he said. That's it? Dan smiled. A lot of trouble for just a sandwich, isn't it? He shook his head. My mom. I found something really cool, Scott said. I was telling Adam about it. He wasn't telling me anything. I'm going to show you guys after school. Do you have to go home right away? Dan shook his head. I could call my parents, Adam said. Call them. You won't regret it. What is it? I can't tell you. Come on. Scott smiled mysteriously. You'll see. They met on the basketball court after school. Scott was the last to arrive, and as soon as he rounded the corner of the locker room, Adam and Dan stopped talking about who would win in a fair fight between Batman and Spider-Man and walked over to their friend. So, Adam said, what is it? Not what. Where? He started across the asphalt toward the field. Come on. I'll show you. Not even a hint, Dan said. Nope. They left school, walking past the rows of old houses, through downtown and out to the highway. Several cars were traveling in both directions, and all three of them remained safely on the dirt shoulder as Scott led them up the road toward the tunnel at the end of town. Just before the diner, he dashed across the highway and stopped before a steep sandstone cliff, practically covered with hanging succulents, green, cactusy plants that looked to Adam like the ubiquitous ground cover used to abut California freeways. He looked around. So, he said. Scott smiled. Follow me. He used his foot to push a clump of plants aside, and Adam saw a narrow dirt path leading slantways up the cliff. Cool, he said. I hid the entrance so no one else would find it. Where does it lead? You'll see. Scott started up. I discovered it when I was walking back from the diner. I'd never really noticed it before, but I spilled my Coke on the ground, and I stopped to pick it up and saw this path. And you took it? I wanted to see where it led. Was it night? No, it was yesterday at lunch. I tried to call you doofuses when I got back, but neither of you were home. He looked over his shoulder at Adam. Thanks for calling me back, by the way. What are you talking about? I left a message with your sister, and she told me she'd have you call me back. Sasha. She never told me, he said. Bitch. The path was steep, and they were grabbing strings of succulents as though they were ropes, using the plants to help pull themselves up the trail. Adam looked to his right and saw that the highway was already a couple of stories below them. He stopped for a moment, looked ahead. The path continued sloping upward until it was above the diner's tiny back parking lot, then switchbacked and returned in this direction farther up the cliff. Dan poked him in the back. Come on, get moving. They followed Scott up. Around the curve, 3/4 of the way to the top of the bluff, the path sank down a little, behind a low wall of sandstone and succulents, before suddenly dead-ending into the cliff face. Adam stopped. They were at a spot that couldn't be seen from the road. Looking up from below, the cliff face had appeared to be even, with no indication that there was any place where people would be able to stand. The path itself was invisible from the bottom, but this little open space was completely unexpected. It was like a little secret clearing, a smuggler's hideout, and he looked over to see Scott sitting on a chunk of rock and grinning hugely. What did I tell you? It is cool, Adam admitted. Dan was looking around. Who do you think made it? No one. It's natural. I doubt it. And even if it was, do you think you're the first person to find it? Looks that way. I don't see signs of anyone else up here. There's a path, Dan pointed out. That means someone had to make the path at least. But that was a long time ago. Look around. I'm telling you, no one's been here but us in God knows. He stood. Now this is the really cool part. He shoved his hand into the draping plants behind him, but instead of hitting rock wall, his arm went in up to the elbow. He pushed the plants aside, like a curtain. Behind the succulents was an indentation in the cliff large enough to walk inside. A cave. Scott grinned. Bitchin', huh? It was. Even Dan had to admit it. They walked over, peeked behind the hanging strands. It was small enough that they could see the back wall, even with the afternoon shadows, but large enough that all three of them could have easily fit inside with room to spare. It was like something out of a movie, and Adam took in the high ceiling, the sandy floor, the irregularly eroded sides, before heading over to the opposite end of their little clearing and peeking over the edge. The highway looked very far below, and he could not believe they had come up this high. This place is like a secret hideout, Scott said behind him. We can spy on people down there, and they can't see us. We can check out what's happening at the diner, and they won't even know. Adam nodded. He wished Roberto was here. Roberto would think this place was kick-ass. Maybe he'd take a picture of it, send it to him. It's like something out of Tom Sawyer or Huck Finn, Dan said. Scott nodded. But what are we going to do with it? Adam asked. Scott grinned. Don't worry, he said. We'll think of something. On the way home, he could not help wondering about that little space halfway up the cliff, how it had gotten there and who had made it. Dan was right. Even if the cave and the flat little section of ground behind the sandstone wall were natural, the path was not. It had been made by somebody, worn by the passage of feet, and for some reason that made him nervous. Why was it there? What was the purpose? The shallow cave had reminded him of a shrine. There was something primitive and ritualistic about it, but since Dan had not mentioned anything, he assumed its origins weren't Indian. Was it older than that? Younger? Either way, the idea was creepy, and he could just as easily imagine a group of identically dressed townspeople trudging up the path to perform some sort of human sacrifice as he could a primitive tribe. Dan was wrong. It wasn't like something out of Tom Sawyer or Huck Finn. It was like something out of a horror movie. Suddenly the place didn't seem quite so cool. And Adam thought of the banya. Before they'd parted ways at the foot of Orr Road, Scott had brought up the bathhouse again. He'd been harping on the subject for over a week, and he honestly seemed to think that they would be able to sell a photo of the banya to one of the tabloids and make a fortune. Although Dan had remained silently disapproving, Adam had finally agreed to let Scott go in there and take pictures. But I get half the cash if you sell them, he said. Fair deal, Scott told him. Dan had said nothing, but shot him a look of warning, shaking his head, and while Adam had not responded, the Indian boy's reaction concerned him. He believed Dan, cared about what he thought, and despite his facade of California cool, he trusted Dan's instincts far more than his own, and 10,000 times more than Scott's. Maybe it was a mistake. He himself had not gone back to the banya since he'd shown it to his friends, though he'd felt the lure, felt the pull. He'd dreamed once of the femur bone, and in the dream he'd taken the femur and polished it, and kept it on his dresser for a good luck charm. It had seemed so real that when he awoke, he checked the top of his dresser to make sure the bone wasn't there. And he'd wanted to go out to the banya and make sure it was there. But he'd managed to resist the temptation. At least he hadn't agreed to go with Scott. He'd half thought that would dissuade his friend from going through with it, but Scott had acted as if he hadn't even heard that provision, and he told Adam that he'd be by on the weekend. "We're gonna be rich," he said. Adam merely nodded as Dan walked on ahead. The van was gone when he arrived home, and he assumed his dad was off somewhere, but it was his mom who was gone, and the house was totally silent when he walked inside. His dad was in the living room, reading a magazine. "Hey, sport," he said. Adam nodded. "Have a seat. Come and visit with me." He'd been intending to go straight to his room, but he recognized that tone in his dad's voice and knew the suggestion was more mandatory than the words made it sound. He sat down on the couch. "Where's Teo?" he asked. His father shrugged. Adam frowned. His dad didn't know? There was something strange about that. Both of his parents had always kept very close tabs on their movements. Too close a lot of times. He and Sasha in particular, had often been embarrassed in front of their friends by the strictness of their parents' monitoring. Of course, it was just as strange for him to be inquiring about Teo. His sister was usually a pest, and he was more likely to want her to leave him alone than to seek out her company. But he felt awkward being by himself with his dad, uncomfortable, and he thought it might be a little less tense to have Teo around. Awkward? Uncomfortable? Tense? He had never felt that way about his father before, and he was not sure why he felt that way now, but he did, and it bothered him. He sat there for several moments in silence, staring at the wall, before finally picking up a TV guide. "This is nice, isn't it?" His dad smiled, looking over his magazine. "Just us men?" Adam nodded, forced himself to smile back. "Yeah," he lied. "Yeah, it is." 2. They performed the cleansing on a Monday, the Lord's first work day, and the 10 of them prayed in unison as they marched through the church, each carrying and clutching his or her own Bible. Agafia would not have believed a house of God could be this tainted, particularly not one so small, but evil hung thick and heavy over the building, the scent of corruption so strong they could practically taste it. A cathedral she could understand. One of those old medieval churches with labyrinthine chambers and endless corridors. But their plain little house of worship did not seem as though it had room for such powerful and concentrated energy. It was here, nevertheless, and as they walked in unison over the dusty floorboards, over the dried blood spots that marked the location where Jim Ivanovich had been murdered, Agafia felt the pressure of its presence. Her sadness and anger at the loss of her old friend had been entirely supplanted by fear. Was the specific spirit responsible for the minister's murder still here? It was impossible to tell. Something was here, but whether that something was the actual entity that had killed him, or whether it was merely related to that being, remained to be seen. It was Nikolai who had chosen the ritual to be performed, and it was he who had chosen the 10 to participate. The entire congregation had met yesterday morning in the park for an abbreviated service, and Nikolai had finally preached his first sermon. He was not a great speaker, but he led them in the hymns, led them in the prayers, and there was even some jumping as a couple of the devout were overtaken by the Holy Spirit. A crowd had gathered, and there'd been laughter from some of the people in the audience. She was reminded of the old days, but she forced herself to ignore the onlookers, like the rest of them, and they conducted their service as if they were alone and in church. Afterward, at the time they should really have been eating, Nikolai called out the names of the chosen 10, and had them all gather around the bench table on which he stood. He had picked them, he said, to help him perform Viha Nayuchne Chizniduk, the cleansing. They had all been selected for logical reasons, and the reasons sounded good, but she was not sure that logic had anything to do with this. She glanced over at Vera Afonin, but Vera didn't seem to have any problems with the selection, and that made her feel a little better. The minister had decided upon the cleansing ritual used to dispatch and exorcise murderous spirits, and they all felt that that was appropriate. They'd met at Nikolai's house this morning in order to practice and prepare. The ceremony was unfamiliar to all of them, but none had any trouble memorizing what they were to say. It was as though the words the minister had written out merely served to remind them of something they already knew, and she took that as a good sign. Nikolai had chosen correctly, and God was with them. They reached the front of the church, stopping before the chest of drawers Jim had used to store his Bible and his papers. There was a rumble beneath the floorboards. In the kitchen, a pot fell to the ground, clattering loudly. How could the police not have felt this presence? No Malakan had been inside the church since Jim's burial, but the police had been all over it, searching in vain for clues that they might have overlooked, and she marveled that they could be so dense. Hadn't they sensed in the unnatural air the existence of the entity within the building? The aura of evil was so strong that even a non-religious man could not have helped noticing that it was here. They began reciting the final prayer, the entreaty to God to banish the spirit from this site, and spiders fell from the ceiling. Not just a few, jarred from their perch by the rumbling, but a tremendous number of them. An intentional concentration of hundreds of the creatures that dropped from the rafters and onto their heads, onto their shoulders, onto the ground. She could see them, feel them running over her skin, scrambling into her hair, darting under her clothes, the terrifying tickle of their horrid little legs moving over intimate areas of her body. And she wanted to scream, wanted to run away and rip off her clothes and beat the spiders off her. But she knew this was the devil's doing, and though it was all she could do to maintain her concentration, she continued repeating the words of the cleansing. She closed her eyes, clasped her hands tightly together as she finished the prayer. Siete-moi, Amen. A wave of cold air passed over them. The spiders were gone, and Agafia thought she saw a black, shapeless shadow pass over the room when she opened her eyes. They immediately started singing, a hymn, a song of praise and thanks to the Lord, an addendum to the cleansing that Vera had suggested. There was wind, not the sort of wind that blew, but more of a vacuum, as though the air in the church was being drawn rather than pushed. The breath was practically sucked out of her body, and as quickly as that, whatever had been here was gone. She breathed deeply, trying to keep on singing. Next to her, Simeon and Peter were coughing. Simeon practically doubled over. They finished the hymn as best they could and began the physical cleaning of the building, the 5 men breaking out mops and brooms, the 5 women each using individual wash rags, but sharing a bucket of Lysol water. When they were through, the church looked the way it always had when Jim was finished with it. And although she didn't want to, Agafia started to cry. She felt drained, both physically and emotionally, and the brief sense of purpose that the cleansing had given her had fled, leaving her feeling alone and adrift. There was an emptiness within her, and she did not think it was an emptiness that could ever be filled or alleviated. Nikolai put an arm around her, patted her shoulder. "It's over," he told her. He had no idea why she was crying, but she did not want to tell him, and she grasped his wrinkled hand, squeezing. "I know," she said. But Something was wrong. She looked around, met Vera's eyes, the eyes of the others. The church was clean, free of spirits, but nothing had really been accomplished, and they all felt it. All of them except Nikolai. Whatever had killed Jim was still here. Not in the church, perhaps, but in McWane. It had been forced out of this building, but had taken up residence somewhere else. Rather than killing it or banishing it, they had merely driven it out, forcing it to find a new home. Now they didn't know where it was. The knowledge seemed to come to them all at once, and Vera gently explained it to the minister. Outside in the yard where they'd had her welcome home party, in what seemed a lifetime ago, they stood next to the fence and talked in low tones. Cars and pickups passed by on the street outside, but it was as if those things belonged in another world, and they were separated from that world by an invisible barrier. There was no consensus on what they should do or how they should do it. Finally, it was Nikolai who said, "We must visit Vasily." Agafia's breath caught in her throat. "Vasily?" The minister nodded. The others were silent. "Vasily, the prorok, the prophet." "Is he still alive?" This time it was Vera who answered. "Still alive," she said. Agafia shivered. If that were so, the prorok would be nearly 200 years old now. He had been well over 100 when she was a child, supposedly over 80 when he first left Russia. He'd had a life-changing vision when he'd arrived in Mexico, and though he had spent all of his previous life as a farmer, he never picked up a plow again. He became a prophet, devoting his life completely to God, eschewing physical labor and the work of the soil for solitary contemplation of the words the Lord revealed to him. It was a hellish existence by every account, and there were many who said that he had been driven mad by having God's glory revealed to him. But the common wisdom was that this was what God wanted him to do, that it was for this mission that he had been born, and for generations, Molokans had gone to him when there were problems in the community and questions that no one could answer. And he had always answered. And he had always been right. She had met him only once as a child, and he had terrified her so much that she had had nightmares about him for weeks afterward. It was not an experience she would ever forget. It was not an experience she wanted to repeat. There'd been a severe drought, and all of the crops had died. Money was low, and the Mexican government was once again threatening to take their land back. So they'd all marched out into the desert outside Guadalupe to consult the prorok. They'd entered the prophet's cave, and when the old man smiled at her, wiggling his fingers, she'd screamed in terror and burst into tears. She'd spent the rest of the time hiding behind her mother's skirt, praying for God to deliver her from this devil, and after what seemed like an eternity, they'd finally left. The next day, the rains started. Agafia took a deep breath, looked over at Nikolai. "Do we all have to go?" she asked. "I think it would be best." "I don't want to see him," she said. The minister was understanding. "I know." "I don't either," Vera admitted, and there was something in her voice that made Agafia's blood run cold. "None of us do." She paused. "But we have to." They left early the next morning, Peter driving, all 10 of them crammed uncomfortably into David Dalmatov's passenger van. Peter was the youngest of them and the best driver, but even so, his glory days were far behind him, and though she had her seatbelt on, Agafia gripped the armrest tightly as the vehicle chugged up the narrow dirt road that wound up the cliff to the top of the plateau. She could see McGuane stretched out below them, through the twin arms of the canyons, sloping toward the giant, gaping pit of the mine, and the sight made her nervous. She looked away, focused for a moment on Nadia in the seat in front of her, but she could still see the passing scenery in her peripheral vision, and she closed her eyes. Once they reached the top of the plateau and were on flat ground, it was better, but she still silently prayed for their safety. Peter kept wandering from side to side on the narrow lane as it wound through a series of hills, apparently oblivious to the rules of the road, and she could only hope that they did not meet up with any others on their way out to the prophets. Prorok. The prospect of seeing him again filled her with a strange, heavy dread. He was a good man, she knew, a holy man, but he scared her. He was part of the same world of the supernatural that they were fighting against, and though he was on their side, on God's side, he was still different from everyone else, still not of them, and he frightened her. He was also quite possibly the oldest person on earth. That scared her too. She had no idea where Wasily was living now, but she'd assumed that it would be closer to town than it was. They drove for another full hour through barren, uninhabited desert before finally reaching the small series of rocky hills that housed the cave where he made his home. They hadn't seen a single other vehicle since leaving McGuane, and Peter parked the van in the center of the dirt road, confident that no one else would be coming by. There was a walk from the road to the cave, but luckily it was short. The sun was hot, and they were old, and even under the best of circumstances, most of them could not climb. Thankfully, the path wound along flat ground, between saguaros and ocotillos, before sloping gently between two boulders and disappearing into a crevice in the hillside. They walked slowly into the cave. It opened up beyond the entrance, but though the chamber was wide, the pathway was narrow. It was a strip of sand running through piles of bones and skulls and discarded animal carcasses, and they were forced to walk single file between the piled remains, toward what looked like a campfire at the far end. None of them had thought to bring a flashlight, and they moved slowly through the middle of the chamber, each of them holding into the shoulders of the person in front as they passed through the dark area that lay between the entrance, lit by outside sunlight, and their destination, lit by the Prorok's fire. The path widened, and they could finally walk two abreast, the bones and carcasses disappearing as they approached Wasily's sleeping quarters. Agafia's heart was pounding. She didn't want to be here. They did not see the prophet until they were almost upon him. He sat crouched by the fire, naked, his beard so long it covered his genitals. He was mumbling to himself, and when they drew closer, she could hear that it was scripture from the Bible. There were all sorts of Molokan prophets. Most over the years had lived among them, had been normal, productive members of the community. But God had told Wasily to live alone in a cave and be naked, and so that's what he did. The ways of God were mysterious, unknowable to man, and who were any of them to judge? The prophet kept mumbling. There were 10 people standing before him, but he did not seem to notice them, or at least was not willing to acknowledge their presence, and they looked at each other uncertainly, not quite sure how to approach the Prorok. Finally, Simeon cleared his throat. "We need your help," he said loudly. Wasily grew silent. He remained crouched, did not stand, but he looked up at them, his gaze flicking over the face of each. Agafia shivered as his eyes met hers, and he smiled at her. He still had all of his teeth, she saw. and seeing strong teeth in his wrinkled head was disturbing somehow. On the sand next to the prow rock was what looked like a small village made out of sticks and stones and bits of dried cactus. Looking closer, she saw that it was McWayne. Not McWayne as it was, but McWayne as it used to be, when they'd first come here. There was a hole at one end, representing the mine, and from it stretched the other buildings, leading all the way up to Russian Town. Nikolai took over. "We're here," he began.
"I know."
And Wasily began to recount the story of Jim's death. It was a detailed description, filled with specific incidents none of them could have known. It had happened much the same way they'd assumed, but hearing it spelled out like this was sobering in its horror. The prophet's Russian was hard for her to understand. Despite his appearance and reputed origins, the old man spoke in a higher-class dialect than that of the other Molokans. It was closer to Brezhnev's educated speech than Khrushchev's peasant dialect, and she had to listen carefully and reorder the accented syllables in her mind before she could tell what he was talking about. As he described the agony of Jim's last moments, she wished she could not understand him at all.
"What is causing this?"
Nikolai asked when he was through.
"And what can we do about it? We have performed a cleansing."
"There is not only one," Wasily said, and they were silent, listening to him. A distorted shadow of his crouched form flickered on the rock wall behind him in concert with the flames of the fire.
"There are many evil spirits in McWayne, and more are coming. The dead do not rest well there."
Agafia shivered. The prow rock looked up at her, and she felt more than saw the unfettered intensity of his gaze. He heard the voice in her mind.
"You have invited them."
She looked quickly around, but none of the others were reacting. None of the others had heard. This was meant only for her.
"It is your fault. You have invited them."
The fact that the prophet was communicating with her in this way, that he could communicate in this way, did not surprise her, but it frightened her. No less frightening than the nature of the communication were the ideas behind it, and she tried to think of what he meant, of what she could possibly have done to invite these sorts of beings to McWayne.
"Invite."
The word triggered an association in her mind. Perhaps she had not invited these spirits, but by not inviting one, she had inadvertently allowed them entrance. Yedushka dimu vedushka. That could not be it. They had forgotten to invite the owner of the house when they'd moved to McWayne, and that would account for any unusual or unexplainable events at their new home. But all of the other Molokans had owners protecting their houses, and there was no way that their own lack of protection could be affecting the entire town. The prow rock had to mean something else, but she could not for the life of her figure out what it was.
"No!"
he suddenly screeched.
"No!"
They jumped, all of them, Katya letting out a little gasped cry and clutching a hand to her breast. Wasily was holding his ears and grimacing with pain. It looked like he was trying to keep his head from exploding. Suddenly he slumped forward toward the fire, then seemed to catch himself. He shook his head as though just waking up from a long nap.
"They must be stopped,"
he said, looking up.
"That is why we are here,"
Nikolai explained patiently.
"We do not know what to do. Are we supposed to pray, perform more cleansings? What do we do?" "God will show you."
"Has he shown you?" Nikolai asked.
"If so, tell us. We are lost." God will show you, he repeated. You will know what to do. What if we don't know what to do? Agafia got up the courage to ask. She faced him. What if God shows us, but we are too stupid to figure it out? What will happen then? The prophet grinned, the translucent skin of his face pulling tighter, his two strong teeth giving his head the look of a skull. All gone, he said, and with one sweeping arm flattened the makeshift town on the sand next to him. His beard swung to the side as he moved, and she saw his wrinkled, shriveled genitals. All gone. They were silent on the trip home, each of them thinking individually about what Wasily had said, about what his words and warnings meant. That was the trouble with prophets. They had to be interpreted. Agafia closed her eyes, thought about the meeting. The McGuane he had destroyed with his hand was already gone. All gone. Had he meant by that the Malakan community in McGuane would be destroyed? The community that had been born when the town really had looked like his model? Or had he meant that the existing town would be somehow turned to rubble? Had he meant that there would be some sort of earthquake or disaster? Or that spirits would somehow bring about the destruction? It was impossible to tell, and that's what was so frustrating. She considered asking Vera, seeing if the old woman had any ideas or any feelings about this, but Vera was already dead asleep in the back of the van. Agafia was tired too. Tired not just physically, but mentally, spiritually. Living seemed like such an effort, the energy required to get through a single day almost too much to bear. Would she have felt the same way if she was still back in California, she wondered, if she had not agreed to leave L.A. and come with Gregory? She did not know, but Los Angeles seemed far away now, part of another life, and she could not imagine leading that life again. Was she ready to die? She might have been, but it was her grandchildren that kept her going, that supplied what little spark of meaning she had in her life. She sensed that they needed her, and though there was no evidence of that, she felt it in her bones and knew it to be true. And that was what enabled her to keep on living. It is your fault. You have invited them. She'd been avoiding that, trying not to think about it. Wasily had said no more to her, either verbally or in her head, and the entire meeting, the entire experience had been so strange and dreamlike that already the reality of it was fading, the sharp edges blurring in her mind. But the emotional impact of it had not lessened, and that was how she knew it was real. That was why she knew it had actually happened. The fear she'd felt was still inside her and could be recalled at any time. Had he spoken to the others that way as well? Had they all heard voices in their heads? She didn't know, but somehow she didn't think so. She'd looked around at that moment, and everyone else's attention had been focused on the external reality of the old man crouched next to the fire. None of them appeared to have been hearing any inner voices. Why had she been chosen? Was it really her fault? She didn't know. She glanced around the van at her fellow passengers, her fellow parishioners, her friends. She felt guilty for not telling them everything, for not telling them about what the Prow Rock had said. But she felt guiltier for what she'd done, for forgetting to invite the owner of the house. And now she was too embarrassed to tell them the truth, especially at this late date. If she'd been honest with Jim from the very beginning, perhaps he could have thought of some way to counteract or counterbalance her mistake. Perhaps it all could have been avoided. He had known a lot more about rituals and traditions and ceremonies than anyone else,
and it was possible that he could have come up with an idea. But it was here, and it was now, and all they could do was deal with it. Besides, when it came right down to it, despite what the prophet had told her, she didn't really believe that it was because they had not invited Yadushka di Muvedushka that all of this was happening. The owner might have been able to protect their house from evil spirits, but that had no bearing on what was happening elsewhere in McWane. It wasn't her fault, she told herself again. But she could not make herself believe it. 3. Scott woke up early on Saturday and had 2 cold cinnamon Pop-Tarts for breakfast, washing them down with the dregs of his dad's coffee. His parents were gone already, off on their usual weekend rounds of McWane garage sales, and he was once again on his own. He watched cartoons while he ate, then dumped his cup and plate in the sink, and took his dad's 35mm camera from the closet where it had been gathering dust since their last trip to Disneyland. It still had film in it, but the counter had broken, and he didn't know how many pictures were left. One would be enough if everything went perfectly, but things hardly ever did, and he hoped there was at least half a roll to go. He pressed the test button on the attached flash. It worked, and he turned off the TV, locked up the house, got his bike out from the backyard, and pedaled over to Adam's place. Their family's van was gone when he arrived, and though the house looked empty, he checked to make sure anyway. He knocked on the door, waited, knocked on the door, waited, but there was no answer, and after the 6th round of knocks, he gave up. He told Adam ahead of time that he was coming over this morning, but obviously his friend wasn't home. Maybe he'd been corralled into some family outing, suckered into going on a hike or a shopping trip or something. Maybe he really hadn't wanted to help him. Scott hadn't actually considered that before. He knew Dan was uncomfortable with the idea of taking photos of the bathhouse, but he hadn't taken Adam's mild objections seriously, and now he found himself wondering if both of his friends weren't afraid of the small building. No, he told himself. Adam went there all the time, alone. It was spooky, but it was cool, and there was a slight prickle at the back of his neck as he hopped back on his bike and pedaled around the side of the house and across the property toward the hill. The bathhouse. He saw it against the background of the old burned-out home as he emerged from the copse of Palo Verdes and stopped. The day was bright, the sun high in the sky, but suddenly he was not so sure he wanted to go through with this. The idea was a winner, and he had no doubt that he would be able to sell any pictures he took, but he thought that maybe he should wait until Adam was here, or at least someone was home at Adam's house before trying to take any photos. He did not want to go into the bathhouse alone. That's what it came down to. He leaned his bike against a tree trunk and walked slowly through the jumble of boulders toward the small adobe structure. There were no birds here, he noticed. This area was completely silent. The only sounds, the crunching of his tennis shoes on the ground. He took the lens cap off the camera as he walked, turned on the flash. Maybe he could just take the pictures quickly and then get out of here as fast as possible. He approached the bathhouse, feeling nervous. He'd been too glib before, too flippant in his attitude. Dan was right. There was something here. Of course there was something here. That's why he'd come to take pictures. But it was evil, he thought now. It was not merely weird and interesting and X-Files-ish. It was not just a freakish occurrence to be exploited. There was something wrong and profoundly unnatural about what lay inside that little building, and he was suddenly cowed, intimidated by its presence. Maybe he should just forget about the whole thing. No! He'd come this far, he might as well go through with it. because after this he certainly wouldn't be brave enough to come back and try it again. After this, he didn't plan ever to come back here again. He shivered as a tingle of fear shot down his spine, but there was something exciting about it. It was exhilarating as well as frightening, and that extra rush of adrenaline gave him the courage to walk across the last few feet of ground and up to the bathhouse. He stood in the doorway, aimed the camera. It was too dark inside the building for him to see anything. The scene in the viewfinder was completely black, but he pointed the camera toward where he knew the shadow of the man was and pressed the shutter. There was a blinding, overwhelming strobe of light, then darkness once again. He stepped back. He thought he'd seen something in the flash, movement. It had been quick, almost too quick to see, but it had been there. He was sure of it. A quicksilver flow of shadow from one place to another. Heart pounding, he leaned forward, took another picture. Again, movement. Movement and flesh. Yes, this time he'd seen skin. Someone naked, sitting on a bench. Someone waiting for a steam bath. He should run, he thought. Leave. Get the hell out of here. It would take only a few seconds to reach his bike. Then he'd be gone, speeding away. He already had 2 pictures. He'd gotten what he came for. But he had to know what was in there. He could not leave without seeing this through. This'll make a great story at school, a foolishly brave part of him thought. It gave him the strength to go on. He took another picture. Once more something was illuminated by the flash, something he could not see on his own. The scene was more complicated this time, and he had the impression that there were several people in there. People? No, not people. It was completely silent in the bathhouse, and the phrase, "the silence of the grave," popped into his mind. He didn't know where he'd heard it before, but he backed slowly away from the door, peering into the darkness, trying desperately to make out any shapes inside the room. But the light seemed to die immediately after crossing the threshold, and nothing could be made out. He wanted to take one more photo, give it one last shot, but this time he stayed away from the door and pointed the camera in the general direction, not bothering to look through the viewfinder. He saw flesh and shadows, movement more fluid than anything on this earth, and overseeing everything, on the back wall, the figure of the Russian man. He ran. He'd reached the end of the film anyway, and the camera's automatic rewind was whirring. Several long strides brought him to the Palo Verde tree against which he'd leaned his bike. He hopped on it and took off, not looking back. "I got it," he thought as he pedaled furiously, leaping the ruts and holes in the path. "I got it!" He did not slow down until he was off Adams Road and downtown. He took the film out of the camera and dropped it off at the 1-hour photo next to the video store. He went back home and put the camera away, turning on the television and watching Scooby-Doo, trying desperately not to think of what he'd seen, and waiting in vain for his fear-accelerated heart rate to slow. After an hour that seemed like a day and a series of cartoons that seemed to make no linear sense, Scott raided the sock drawer where his dad stored the loose change he collected, snagged $5 worth of quarters, and hoping that would be enough, took off on his bike for the 1-hour photo. He waited until he was outside the store and alone on the sidewalk before ripping open the package and sorting through the pictures. Disneyland, 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 the beach, the bathhouse. He stopped, looked at the photo. The picture began to slide through his suddenly sweaty fingers, but he gripped it tighter as he stared at a scene that did not exist. He recognized the door frame at the top of the photograph, but inside he saw neither the abandoned, neglected wreck that Adam had taken them through, nor the creepy world of moving shadows that he'd almost seen in the flash illumination. He saw a bunch of fat old people sitting naked on benches. It was nothing he had expected, and he flipped to the next photograph. Same thing. The next. The same. He frowned at the last picture. The creepy ambiguity of the half-illuminated flash scene was nowhere in evidence. There was nothing remotely mysterious about the shot, about any of them. The scene was clear and well lit. Two fat old couples, the men with towels around their waists, the women with towels around their waists and upper bodies. They were all sweating, though the photos showed no steam, and they appeared to be tired, the two women leaning back, eyes closed, the men leaning forward, with grimaces of discomfort on their faces. The back wall, he noticed, was clear. No ghostly shadow. Maybe these people were ghosts. Maybe. But somehow that didn't seem right. They seemed too real. These people were not spirits. They were flesh and blood. He could see the ugly mole on one man's thigh, the sagging arm muscles of the heavier woman. It was too concrete, this scene, too specific. It was as if he had taken a photograph of a real event. Only that event had not been the one before the camera in real life. What had happened? He'd taken pictures of the past. It was the only logical explanation, and he quickly sorted through the bathhouse photos once again. He saw now the anachronistic hairdos and somehow old-timey faces of the women, the way the men looked more foreign than any Molokon he'd ever seen. These were not just pictures of a spooky shadow. This was a miracle. These photos were worth way more than he'd ever hoped they could be. He shoved them back into the package and hopped on his bike, pedaling straight home. He was no longer scared. He was excited, tremendously excited, more excited than he had ever been in his life. And the first thing he did was immediately call Adam. But though he let the phone ring 20 times, no one answered. Could they repeat this, he wondered? If they took more pictures of the inside of the bathhouse, would they get other scenes of other people, other times? He was eager to try it out, and he picked up the package and opened it up again, taking out the photos. They were different. His heart jumped, and he suddenly felt like he was back at the bathhouse, the fear in him so strong it was almost overpowering. The people were seated in different spots, facing different directions. They were the same fat old men and women, but whereas before they'd been sitting together like husband and wife, now the two men were seated next to each other, and the two women were on the opposite bench. One of the women was smiling into the camera. She no longer had a towel on. He could see everything, and it was gross. She was hairy and disgusting, and there were rolls of fat hanging down almost everywhere. He dropped the photos, scared. Even on the floor, the pictures creeped him out. All but one of the bathhouse photos had fallen face down, but in that one, he could still see the old lady's inappropriate smile. He backed away from them. He was still clutching the package, and on impulse he opened it and pulled out the negatives, searching quickly through them. The ones from the bathhouse were blank. He was having a hard time catching his breath. Something was going on here that he did not understand, but that frightened him to the core. The near euphoria he'd experienced only moments before at his discovery had curdled into terror, and he wanted nothing more than to be through with all this, to be safe and secure back in his normal old life. He would give up money and fame forever if he could just get rid of these pictures. He considered leaving them where they were and letting his dad take care of them when he came home, but he knew he could not do that. He wanted to protect his parents from this. He did not want them to know anything about it. He wanted to keep it from Adam and Dan, too. He didn't want anyone to know about what had happened. He stared down at the photos on the ground. He was afraid to touch them, afraid to be anywhere near them. But he knew he had to get rid of the pictures, and he reached down, scooped them up, and ran to the kitchen sink, where he dumped them in. Their vacation photos were mixed up in there, too, but they were probably contaminated as well, and if he got rid of all the evidence, his parents would never miss them. They'd probably forgotten they still had film in the camera anyway. He dumped the negatives into the sink as well. He half expected the photographs to leap up, to start moving, to try and escape, to make noises, to do something in order to stop him. But nothing unusual happened as he pulled open a drawer, took out a soup ladle, and used the big spoon to herd the pictures over to the drain mouth and shoved them into the garbage disposal. He turned on the water, turned on the disposal. A sense of relief coursed through him as he heard the grinding, as he saw the little flecks of paper that spit out from the drain mouth as the disposal chewed up the pictures. He turned off the garbage disposal, took the 1-hour photo package in which the pictures and negatives had come, and shoved it down there as well. He turned the disposal back on. "Hey," his mom said behind him. "What are you doing?" He turned to see his parents walking in, carrying sacks of junk they'd bought at the garage sales. He flipped off the disposal switch. "I was going to clean the breakfast dishes," he lied. He was aware that his voice sounded too high, and he knew that he was sweating profusely. His heart was still pounding crazily in his chest. "You don't have to do that," his mother told him. "I'll get them." "Okay," he said, backing away. His dad frowned at him. "Is something wrong? You look a little funny." "No," he said. "I'm fine. Everything's fine." Chapter 12. 1. They were alone at the bar. Paul had just left to pick up his car from Henry's Automotive, where Henry Travis had charged him an arm and a leg for simply flushing out the cooling system, something Odd told him he would have done for free. But Gregory and Odd had decided to stay for an extra round of drinks. There were no other customers today, and even the bartender was keeping his distance, giving them privacy, pretending to be wiping glasses at the far end of the counter. Gregory had had 3 beers already and was feeling pretty good, but when he glanced over at Odd, his mood faltered. The old man was looking into his beer, not drinking, and the expression on his face made Gregory feel uneasy. "What is it?" he asked. Odd shook his head. "What?" "Nothing." "Something." "You don't want to—" "Yes, I do," Gregory told him. There was a pause. "People are talking," Odd said finally. "About what?" "You. Your family." Gregory could feel his face tighten. "What about us?" "These deaths didn't start happening until you all moved into town." "That's ridiculous." But his heart was pounding. I know it is. But the timing's there. And you know how superstitious these yokels are. Someone noticed that Loretta Nelson's murder over at the realty office happened about the same time you bought your place in town, and it probably spread from there. And Chilton Bodine was the capper. Everyone knows you two weren't exactly pals, and that you threatened to beat the shit out of him." He lowered his voice. "Hell, the bartender saw it. Come on. I saw him that one time since I moved back, and you were with me. I know. Besides, he stabbed himself. But he stabbed himself because he had another Peter growing out of his belly button. That's not a normal everyday occurrence." "And that's my fault, too?" "I'm not saying it is. All I'm saying is that people are talking. They're saying that even if you didn't do anything on purpose, Maybe you brought this weird shit with you. Part of it's probably those old anti-Molokun feelings creeping out. But you gotta admit that there's some strange stuff been happening here lately." Gregory's face felt flushed. "I debated whether to tell you or not, but I figured you wouldn't hear it from no one else." "Paul's not," he began. "Hell no!" Odd looked at him. "Your friends are your friends. You can count on that. And this is probably nothing. It's probably just a few people, and it'll blow over before long." He took a long drink of beer. "Maybe I shouldn't have even opened my stupid mouth." "No," Gregory told him. "No. I'm glad you did." "Just forget about it." "So they don't think me or my family did anything. We didn't murder anybody. We're just the cause of it somehow." "I told you they're superstitious." "But why blame us? What about the Megans?" "There's talk about that, too. Maybe it's your house. Maybe you activated it, or it activated you, or something. Some type of chemical reaction." He shook his head. "I told you you should have gone after Call, gotten a new place instead. Hell, maybe you still can. I'm not sure what the statute of limitations is on something like that, but if he sold you your home under false pretenses, no. Well, just forget about it then." "What do you think?" Gregory asked. Odd squirmed in his seat. "No matter what I think." "Odd." The old man sighed. "I seen a lot of things over the years. This ain't no murderer or serial killer. I know that. But do you think I'm involved? Or my family? Oh, hell no. I know better than that. But," he took a deep breath, "it ain't inconceivable that your house is somewhere down in the mix." He downed the rest of his beer in one huge gulp. "McGrain's a funny place. Not funny ha-ha, but funny strange. I've seen things myself over the years, heard about a lot more. But lately it's sort of turned nasty. People are getting killed, and that scares me. There's probably not one reason for it all, no single thing that's the cause of it, but it's happening, and I understand why people are looking for easy answers." "You don't think there's an easy answer?" "I don't know if there's a hard answer. I don't know if there's any answer. You know that saying, shit happens? That's kind of how I look at it. Shit happens, and the best thing to do is just stay out of the way." He took a $5 bill from his pocket, placed it on the bar. "That's why I'd get out of that house if I were you. A lot of people died there, and that can't be good." Odd got off his stool, patted Gregory's shoulder. "I gotta go," he said. "Lurlene'll kill me if I'm late. We'll talk about this tomorrow." Gregory nodded, watched the old man walk out of the bar. He picked up Odd's $5, then took out some bills of his own and walked down to the end of the counter to pay the tab. He handed the money to the bartender, but he didn't like the look on the other man's face. It reminded him of the nearly identical expressions on the faces of the men who had berated his father outside this very building. Milk drinker. And he considered taking back the tip he'd included, but he knew he was probably reading meanings into things that weren't there because of his conversation with Odd, and so he just smiled, nodded, and left. He walked back to the cafe, where his van was parked. When he got home, Gregory headed straight into the kitchen, found the bottle of aspirin in the cupboard next to Julia's vitamins, and popped 2 tablets. He had one big bastard of a headache, and he closed his eyes against the pain, willing the aspirin to work faster. It seemed like he had a headache every time he walked into this damn house lately, and he wondered if he wasn't allergic to something in here. Maybe there was something wrong with the insulation, or the cleanser or furniture spray they used was affecting him. Maybe it was one of Julia's new drought-resistant plants. He didn't know, but the headaches were starting to become a pattern, and that was a pattern he wanted to break. The stress, from what Odd had told him, could not have helped, and maybe that was why the headache today was so much stronger than usual. He walked into the living room, flipped on the TV, lay down on the couch, and closed his eyes. The headaches made him irritable, and he realized that he'd been a little hard on Julia and his mother and the kids lately. He didn't mean to take anything out on them, and he vowed that tonight he would be cheerful. He wouldn't let any headache or allergy get the best of him, would not get angry with anyone for anything. But later that evening, Teo started fighting with Adam, playing with the remote control and speeding through television channels, running back and forth between the living room and the kitchen, and he ended up yelling at her and sending her to her room. Julia thought he overreacted, but she didn't say anything until they were in bed, and then they wound up getting into a fight. They'd been having a lot of fights lately, and he was getting tired of it, and then they started fighting about that. Julia finally refused to respond to his increasingly angry arguments, and she pulled the blanket up around her neck and turned away from him, facing the other direction. He was sorely tempted to go downstairs and sleep on the couch. That would teach her a lesson. They'd never slept apart in all the years they'd been married, had made a pact after their first fight that they would always try to resolve their differences before bedtime, and never sleep separately. But tonight he would have moved down to the couch had his mother and the kids not been here. It would be too difficult to explain to them, though, and he pulled up his own side of the blanket, turned away from her, and closed his eyes until he finally fell asleep. 2. Julia wandered through the ruins of Russian Town. She did not know what had compelled her to come here, why she had walked all this way to look at a bunch of abandoned shacks. But ever since Paul and Deanna had led them on the walk through McWayne, she hadn't stopped thinking about this place. She peeked into the open doorway of a one-room house with no roof, saw a collection of rusted tin cans lined up in what remained of an open cabinet, saw clumps of dead, dried weeds poking through missing sections of floor. There was no furniture in the tiny shack, just as there'd been no furniture in most of the abandoned houses she'd looked through, and she chose to believe that families had taken their belongings with them when they'd moved to better homes. Several of the buildings were no longer standing, were nothing but cement foundations and stumps of charred beam, and she could not help wondering when the fires had occurred. She'd asked Gregory's mother about Russian Town, but the old woman had not wanted to talk about the subject. There was an element of denial or cover-up in her refusal to speak, even after all these years, that made Julia think that something bad had happened here. What was it that Paul had said? There'd been problems in the past? That was vague enough to cover a multitude of sins. She was surprised that Gregory wasn't more conversant with the specifics of Malacan history in McWayne, but she knew how secretive her own parents had always been about their past, and she understood how it could happen. She'd had a friend in college, Janet Yoshizumi, whose parents had been interned at Manzanar during World War II, and she recalled how Janet had said that they never discussed their internment, that they refused to talk about it and chose to pretend that it hadn't happened. Was that what had happened here? Something so bad that no one wanted to talk about it? She was probably romanticizing what was no doubt a very ordinary, very prosaic chapter in local history. But unanswered questions invited that sort of speculation. She could go to the library, she thought, see if she could find some information about Russian Town. No, she'd rather not know than have to see Marge and her pals again. She stepped over a small prickly pear and walked over to the next empty house. It was strange how interested she'd become in not just Russian Town, but all things Malacan since they'd moved here. She'd never understood the fascination some people seemed to have for their roots, their ethnic background, and she'd always dismissed as trendy and self-absorbed those women who tried to track down distant relatives in distant lands, or who spent money on classes to learn the languages and cultures of the nations their ancestors had left behind. But she was beginning to understand that connection to the past. She herself had been feeling more Russian since they'd moved here. She was not sure if it was because Gregory's mother was living with them, or because everything was so personalized and community-conscious in a small town compared to the anonymous individuality of life in a metropolitan area. But it was as if her American veneer was cracking, gradually revealing the Russian beneath. Maybe the fact that she wasn't feeling as close to Gregory as before had something to do with it. The fact that their relationship was no longer there to support her against the influences of the outside world. She couldn't sustain her lifelong rebellion against Malacan culture, knowing she did not have him to lean on. They'd been fighting a lot lately, and sometimes it felt as though they were two strangers living in the same house, rather than a couple who had been together for 18 years. She'd never believed those dire warnings that money could ruin a person's life, attributing their origin to the rich who wanted to keep the poor content with their lot by pretending that it was better not to have money, that poverty was somehow morally superior to wealth. And truth be told, it wasn't money that had changed their lives. It was moving to McWayne. Although they'd been able to move to McWayne only because they'd won the lottery. She peeked in a back window of a big house, saw the rusted skeleton of an old bed, the rotted wood of what had probably been a vanity. On one remaining wall hung the top 3 sides of an empty frame, glittering shattered glass, visible in the pile of dirt and dust beneath it. Deep down, she wished they'd never left California, or at least that they'd moved somewhere else, New England perhaps, or the Pacific Northwest, anywhere but Arizona. She did not like this house, and rather than peek in one of the other windows or walk inside, she headed up a rocky path behind it, past the crumbling walls of a banya, to a building that looked like it had once been a store or a place of business. She stood for a moment with her hands on her hips, sizing it up. It was definitely not a house, and though there were cracks and rock holes in the dust-covered windows, the glass was still there for the most part, and she cupped her hands on the sides of her eyes and peered inside. She saw a leaning desk, an overturned chair, what looked like a broken safe. She was in the approximate center of Russian Town right now, and she took the opportunity to look around at the empty shacks, the burnt and crumbling buildings. There were ghosts here. The thought came unbidden. She tried to tell herself that she was thinking of ghosts in the most mainstream literary sense, as a synonym for memories or history. But that was not true, and she knew it. She was thinking of literal ghosts, real ghosts. And even though it was broad daylight, and she could hear the sounds of children playing at the grammar school, could see down the canyon the roofs and top stories of the business district, she felt isolated enough that the thought frightened her. Ghosts. She looked around, aware all of a sudden how many rooms there were in the empty structures surrounding her, how many places there were to hide, how many left-behind relics of lives remained in the abandoned husks of these buildings. Was that why she was here? Had she been lured? She thought of the noises at night, the box that had fallen in the kitchen. Ghosts had been in the back of her mind ever since that first week. She was surprised that she had not thought about this earlier, when she'd first arrived. After all, this was a ghost town. Wasn't it logical for ghosts to be here? There was nothing logical about ghosts, and for all her vaunted rationalism and intelligence, she found herself spooked, no pun intended. The fact that she'd been thinking about Russian Town, that she'd felt herself drawn here, was more than a little disturbing. And as much as she hated to do so, she started to see a pattern in what before had seemed to her merely a series of random coincidences. She was reminded of the tagline for a movie. Out here, she thought, no one could hear her scream. Of course, that was not strictly true. She could hear the voices of children from the school, and she could probably be heard down there as well. But she knew that even her loudest scream would be only a muffled chirp to anyone downtown. If, that is, they were listening. She could die here, and no one would know. Julia shivered. She was no longer quite so interested in exploring the empty buildings of Russian Town, and she turned and started back down the path the way she'd come. There was movement to her right, and her attention was drawn in that direction, but whatever it was had already disappeared behind a banya. She told herself it was a cat or a dog. Hoped it was a cat or a dog, but she knew that the figure she'd caught in her peripheral vision was bigger than that. Movement again, this time ahead and to the right. She saw a child dash from one shack to another, heard it laugh, but the laugh was that of an old man, not a young kid, and the juxtaposition was shocking. Heard it laugh? Yes, for she'd sensed even in that moment, even with just that brief glimpse, that it was not a boy, not a girl, but something else. Her skin was covered with goosebumps. Her pulse was racing. She was afraid to go forward, afraid to return down the same path on which she'd come. She decided to take a detour, an alternate route back to the road, glancing frantically about all the while to make sure that the child, or whatever it was, did not pop out at her. She passed a shack with a detached and dilapidated front porch, heard a strange scuttling noise from inside. Her heart lurched in her chest. A little face peered out at her from a broken, dirt-smeared window. She screamed, and the face faded, disappearing into the darkness of the shack. There was laughter again, the old man laughter, and she backed quickly but carefully away, keeping her eyes on the window. The face did not reappear, but the sight stayed with her. The features had been unclear behind the dirty glass, but she had the impression that the eyes, nose, and mouth were scrunched too close together, that there was something horrid and aberrant about the small figure. Again she was acutely conscious of how far away from the occupied part of McWayne Russian Town was. It was playing with her, she thought. Whatever it was after her. She took off running, no longer looking for the figure, no longer trying to hide from it, but prepared to knock it over or run around it or even jump over it if it popped out at her. She would do whatever she had to in order to avoid it, but she was determined to get out of Russian Town as fast as possible, as quickly as her legs would carry her. She thought she saw the figure again, in a hole in the adobe wall of a banya, but the face looked older, and she did not stop to think about or acknowledge it, but simply kept running, finally reaching the dirt road and jumping over the small ditch, running toward downtown McWayne. Behind her again, the laughter. Her chest hurt, and she could not seem to suck in enough air to fill her lungs, but she forced her legs to keep pumping and did not slow down until she reached an occupied neighborhood, where an old woman watering her roses outside smiled at her and told her to slow down before she had a heart attack. 3. She sat in the banya with the body of the cat on her lap. Teo! She felt warm and tingly as she heard the banya's voice. It seemed to echo through her, the words being absorbed into her body, into her bones. Teo! I brought you a present, Teo said. She looked down at the tabby's matted fur. She had killed it herself. She'd found it wandering through their yard yesterday and had picked it up. She'd petted it, talked to it, carried it down the path, and then thrown it down as hard as she could onto a boulder, smashing its head. She'd poured dirt into the wounds to stop the blood, and had hidden the cat under some leaves so it could dry. She'd come back today and picked it up. It was the biggest thing she'd ever brought here, and she knew that the banya would be grateful. The banya had devoured everything she had brought so far, the bird, the mice, the chipmunk, and it had grown stronger as a result. There was a new energy in here now, and even though the building still looked abandoned, it had started to clean itself up. The benches were fixed and set up against the wall the way they should be. The bones were mostly gone. She had always liked coming here, but she enjoyed it even more now. She felt at home in this room. Accepted, wanted, appreciated. The banya was her friend. The banya was her only friend, and she did not know what she would do without it. She could let out all her frustrations in here, describe all of her problems, scream, cry, throw a tantrum, and it was always there for her. It never told her what to do, never made judgments, never bossed her around. It listened and understood. Teo took the cat off her lap, set the stiff body down in the dirt. "Here you go," she said. She watched the cat's body with anticipation. She no longer had to leave while the banya ate. It let her watch now, let her see it devour food, and she felt a thrill of excitement pass through her as the shadow came down from the far wall, as it broke up into long swirling segments, and the familiar, cold yet pleasurable wind began to blow. The body of the cat lifted almost imperceptibly off the floor, swathed in shadow, and then it began to disappear, in pieces. The left ear was gone, the right rear paw, the tail, a section of stomach, the head. There was no noise. It was like being in a place where sound could not penetrate, but there was a lot of movement, and as the shadows touched her skin, her arm, her cheeks, she laughed. It tickled. In less than a minute the cat was gone. "Good," the banya said. "So good." She smiled, feeling pleased. She was glad she could do something for the banya, because the banya had done so much for her. It had promised to help her, and help her it had. She still had no friends. The other kids still refused to talk to her, but no one was making fun of her anymore. The banya had given her something, and the other kids in her class seemed to sense it. They stayed away, afraid of her, and that was good. She no longer had to spend her recesses in the classroom with the teacher, hiding. She strode bravely and proudly through the playground, doing whatever she wanted, and though she had to do it by herself, she didn't really mind. Just knowing that she was not alone, just knowing that she had the banya, gave her the confidence to be herself, allowed her to shrug off criticism and not worry about what other kids said or thought or did. Of course, Mary Kay and Kim hated her more than ever. They did not trip her or push her down like they used to, but she sensed the hatred and resentment building in them, and she thought that eventually they would probably try to get back at her somehow, do something to her. If only she could get them first. If only she could beat them to the punch. The banya seemed to know what she was thinking, because it gave her a comforting breath of warm, sweet-smelling air. She smiled. "It is time," the banya said. She blinked. "What?" She thought she heard the sounds of a playground, thought she heard Mary Kay's voice singing, "I see England, I see France, I see Teo's underpants."
It is time,
the Banya repeated. And she understood. Going out to morning recess, Teo was bumped by Kim. But when she said, "Watch it," Kim just kept running, pretending it was an accident. She stared after the other girl. Apparently, whatever immunity her newfound confidence had given her had worn off, and she was once again in for some teasing and torture. She walked out to the playground. That's okay, she thought. The Banya would show them. But how, she wondered. Was she supposed to lure the girls over to the bathhouse, trick them into going inside? The thought came to her unbidden that she was supposed to present the girls to the Banya the way she had the bird, the mice, the chipmunk, the cat, as an offering. Was she supposed to kill them? The idea stopped her cold. There was no way she would do that. No way she could do that. And for the first time, it occurred to her that maybe the Banya wasn't really her friend, that there was something wrong with it. It was trying to make her do things she shouldn't do, things she didn't want to do. And in a burst of clarity, she understood that it was not normal, not right, for her to sit in a bathhouse and talk to it, to bring it dead animals. She thought about what had happened. She had not just picked up the bodies of dead animals and fed them to the Banya. She'd actually killed a cat herself, had murdered a little kitty, and tears welled up in her eyes as she realized what she'd done. It was as if she'd been hypnotized or something and had suddenly awakened, and she looked back at what had happened and was horrified. Now the Banya expected her to bring girls home and kill them? She heard its voice, faintly, as if carried over a distance.
"No,"
it said smoothly.
"No, Teo."
The voice made her stop, pushed all those negative thoughts out of her head. She stood there listening to the faint words of the Banya, and her doubts fled, her faith was restored. The Banya was her friend, she realized, and it told her that it was going to punish the girls who had tormented her, that it was going to make them pay. But they would simply be taught a lesson, the bathhouse told her. No one would be seriously hurt. And then the birds came. They swooped down from previously clear skies, a living black cloud. They were the same type of bird that she'd fed to the Banya, and they buzzed the heads of the kids on the playground. Boys jumped out of swings and off slides. Girls fled hopscotch and tetherball courts. The birds were shrieking, and it was like a scene out of that old movie. The teachers monitoring the playground were simultaneously trying to scare off the birds and yelling for the children to head for cover. The birds were followed by mice and chipmunks. The birds were still there above, but on the ground, chipmunks and mice raced out from the field, swarming beneath the playground equipment, dashing between the feet of the panicking students and the screaming staff. Teo looked around, searching out faces she knew. Kids were crying, running, not just heading back to the classrooms, but darting about in all directions, trying to avoid the birds and get away from the rodents on the ground. She finally found Mary Kay, and a thrill of vindication coursed through her as the bratty girl stumbled and fell, sobbing while other kids tripped over her and fell on top of her. She also picked out Kim and two of Kim's friends, and was gratified to see them stranded atop the monkey bars, swatting their own heads as they tried to keep the birds away. A tabby cat walked through the melee, oblivious. It ignored the mice, making a beeline for her. Teo looked down at the animal, and the cat looked back at her. It meowed softly, rubbed against her legs. She picked the cat up, petted it. Standing alone, next to the drinking fountains, untouched by everything, Teo smiled. Chapter 13. 1. Sunday. It was the third week in a row that they'd tried to perform a cleansing for the entire town, one that would exorcise once and for all the unseen beings that had invaded this place. They stood in the empty church, the 10 of them, holding hands, praying. All of the other parishioners had gone home, and the pots and pans and dishes and cups and spoons had all been washed and put away, the leftover food placed in the refrigerator. All of the tablecloths and napkins were in Nikolai's car, ready to be taken to the laundromat and washed. The dying sun shone orange through the west windows, creating long shadows in the empty room. They continued the ceremonies, but no matter how many words they repeated, no matter how earnestly they wanted this to work, their efforts were in vain. The church remained clean, free of spirits. They had successfully cleared and protected it, but though they once again prayed and sang, performing virtually every Molokon exorcism ritual known, it seemed to have no effect on the rest of the town. There were no accompanying signs of either success or failure as they worked, not even a slight drop in temperature. And if Agafia had not known better, she would have thought that McQueen was clean, that there was nothing here. But there was. The Pra-Rock had been right. There were spirits everywhere, demons all around. They could all feel them, could sense their growing presence, and periodically one of their own would be provided with proof. Vera Afonin. She came home after last Sunday's services to find that all of the furniture in her house had been rearranged, placed in its opposite location, so that it looked like she was walking into the mirror version of her home. Peter Potapov. For a full day, all of the taps at his house disgorged urine rather than water. Alexander Nadelishin. Control of his car was wrested from him, the steering wheel in his hand turning of its own accord, forcing him to bump into and damage 6 other cars on his way down the street. The attacks had all been relatively harmless, mischievous even, but outside the church, outside their circle, in the rest of the town, that had not been the case. No one had been killed recently, and there'd been no specific news of anything in the paper, but rumor had it that the man who owned the auto parts store had died of a heart attack after seeing something in his store, something that had subsequently disappeared, leaving behind only a gelatinous puddle in the middle of the floor. Things were going on that nobody could explain, and no one knew how to defend against such an assault. Agafia and the other Molokons hoped that faith would protect them, that the Lord would keep them safe from harm and put a stop to it all, but so far their prayers had not been answered. It was a distinct possibility that they were being tested, that God was allowing this to occur in order to see their reactions, which made it doubly important for them to maintain their faith. That was Nikolai's position, and Vera's, but Agafia was not sure she believed it. Not only did she not believe God would be so deliberately cruel and unfeeling, but there was a seriousness in all this that made her think it was more than just a test, that it had a definite purpose and goal. She did not know what that could be, but she did not believe it involved God's complicity. She was frightened, but she vowed to do everything within her power to put a stop to it, and to prevent the catastrophe that the prophet had predicted. The Pra-Rock.
It is your fault.
She did not believe herself guilty, thought that that part of the prophecy was wrong, but she bought into the rest of it and was willing to take responsibility for fixing the problem. And even the remote possibility of her involvement made her that much more determined to find an answer and a solution. They stopped praying, let go of each other's hands, began singing a hymn, but there was no real enthusiasm for the music, no feeling put into the song. They knew already that this cleansing had failed too, and their discouragement was audible in their singing. Afterward, they did not even address the subject, did not even mention it. They were all frustrated and disheartened, and saying goodbye, they took their leave. It was Simeon who drove her home, and she was afraid that he would want to talk about the old days, would bring up things she did not want to discuss. But they were mercifully silent with each other on the trip back to the house, and they parted with polite, formal farewells. That night she dreamed of Jim. The minister was young, the way he'd looked when she first met him, and he was kneeling before a statue of what looked like Yadushka di Muvedushka. He was mumbling to himself, praying, but it was not Russian, was not English, was not Spanish, was not any language she could understand. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, and his slender arms were unwrinkled, without age spots. She was young, too, and she was overjoyed to see him. But the statue frightened her, and she was afraid to come any closer. "Jim," she called. "Jim Ivanovich." He turned, looked over his shoulder at her, and she saw that he had no face. There were no eyes, no nose, no mouth, only blank skin, and he gestured at her, waving his arms, obviously attempting to communicate, but she had no idea what he was trying to say. And behind him, the statue started laughing. His gesticulations grew more wild, and the statue's laughter increased. The rest of its form remained completely stationary, only its mouth opening and closing, and soon it was laughing so hard that tears streamed down its cheeks from its cold stone eyes. 2. "You look terrible." Julia nodded, glanced at her reflection in the window of the antique store. She had not slept well since her visit to Russian Town, her dreams disturbed with images of dwarves and shadows, the sounds of old laughter. "Is anything wrong?" Deanna asked. Julia shook her head. "No, I'm just tired." She had not said anything to her friend about what had happened up there, though she was not sure why. She'd told Gregory in bed that night away from the kids, but he either didn't believe her or didn't care. It was hard to tell which. He offered vague, ineffectual reassurances, the kind of bland platitudes they told the children when they had nightmares, and his attitude so infuriated her that she simply shut up, closing down, unwilling to even try and make him understand what she had gone through. She would have told his mother, talked to her about it, but her mother-in-law was all churched out these days, spending most of her time with her old Malakan friends rather than the family, and Julia didn't especially want to drag the entire church into this. Although sometimes she thought that that might be the best thing that could happen. Deanna would have been the natural person for her to discuss this with, but something kept her from it. She did not know why, but she did not feel comfortable telling her friend what had happened. It could have been her own natural reluctance to believe in anything beyond the material world, and the fact that her friends had always shared her opinions on that subject. It could have been that she did not yet feel close enough to Deanna to open up to that extent, to expose herself to possible ridicule. But she had the feeling that it was something else, something outside, that was dictating her behavior. It wasn't overt, and she had no proof to back it up. Her feelings, in fact, felt perfectly natural, as though they were an organic part of her being, but intellectually she sensed a skipped beat, an emotional response on her part that should have been there but wasn't. Such a thought almost made her want to confide in Deanna, just to prove to herself that she could, that it was her decision, that nothing was keeping her from it. Almost. But her reluctance to speak of the events in Russian Town was stronger than her desire to break free of that reluctance, and she kept quiet, not knowing whether it really was her own decision, or one that had been imposed upon her. They stepped into the antique store, and spent about 20 minutes looking through everything. Deanna bought a pink dogwood plate, and a Homer Laughlin gravy boat from the old lady behind the counter. The two of them walked up the sidewalk, past Dale's Heating and Plumbing, and stopped in at the used bookstore, where Deanna bought an old Philip Emmons novel, and Julia picked up a Paul Prudhomme cookbook. By the time they finished, it was almost time for school to get out, and Julia had her friend drive her home so she could be there when Adam and Teo arrived. "What are your plans for tomorrow?" Deanna asked. Julia smiled guiltily. "I really should get back to work on my book," she said. Deanna laughed. "Too much playing lately, huh? The old work ethic kicking your brain in the butt?" "Yeah, something like that." "Have fun then. I'll call you Thursday. Maybe we can go out for lunch." Julia nodded. "Sounds good." She waved as her friend drove back up the drive, then stepped inside the house. Gregory's mother was home, taking a nap in her room. With some quiet time at her disposal, Julia did break out her notebook and spent a good half hour writing a possible ending for her children's book before Adam and Teo got home. And she didn't think of scary things once. They ate dinner together that night, all of them. It was the first time in a while that the six of them had been seated around the dining table at the same time. Usually Adam and Teo were hungry and Gregory was late, so she fed the kids first and saved their own dinner for later. Or Sasha was off with her friends, eating at the diner, or Adam was over at Scott's house. But today they were all here. She wished they could have known ahead of time because all they were having was leftover borscht. She would have made something better, something special, had she known. She was acutely conscious of how awkward they all seemed with one another, how stilted and uncharacteristically formal, and it occurred to her that their family was breaking up. The democratically even relationships that they'd shared with each other in the past were giving way to fractured, specific, individual relationships within the overall family framework. They were not all equal anymore. And while she had a relationship with everyone here at the table, those relationships were different. It was as though they were diverse and separate people being held together only by force of habit and authority. It was a disturbing thought, and she wanted it not to be true. But the dynamics of their family had changed, and such a judgment seemed inescapable. Perhaps this happened with all families as the kids grew older and grew up. It was impossible to remain static, to run in place forever. Maybe this was just part of the natural process, the evolution of parent-child-sibling relationships. Maybe. But she didn't recall it happening with her parents when she was growing up. They had never gone through such a stage. Their family had remained intact, their relationships stable and unchanged, up through her father's and then her mother's deaths. Maybe she and Gregory just weren't good parents, or more likely, they were setting the tone for everyone else. God knows they weren't exactly behaving like June and Ward Cleaver these days. They were barely speaking, and when they did talk, it usually ended up in an argument. The reasons always seemed specific, unique to each conversation, but the pattern was definitely there, and she thought that maybe they should be making more of an effort to get along. Family relationships didn't just happen. They needed to be nurtured and worked at, and they'd all been taking each other a little too much for granted, allowing things to get out of control and not setting them straight or correcting their course. It was up to her to make the first move, and so she smiled at Gregory as she passed around the wooden Russian spoons. "How was your day?" she asked. He looked up at her, and though it had been meant sincerely, though she'd been trying to indicate concerned interest, under the circumstances it came off sounding snide and sarcastic, and the expression on his face was one of annoyance. He frowned at her, didn't answer. That annoyed her, and she spent the rest of the meal talking to the kids, ignoring Gregory completely. 3. There were noises outside in the middle of the night, but Gregory didn't think much about them. He heard some bumps and scratches and muffled thumps when he got up after midnight to take a leak, but he assumed they were animals, or put them down to the wind, crawled back into bed, and once again fell asleep. In the morning, however, when he walked outside to get his weekly copy of the Monitor, he saw that the noises had not been animals, had not been wind. He stopped walking, stared at the house. There was graffiti spray-painted on the walls to either side of the door. Malakan on the left side, murderers on the right. Malakan murderers. Gregory felt both angry and impotent as he stared at the epithet, filled with a rage that made him want to tear down the entire wall in order to remove the words. He felt violated. He'd been planning to repaint the house anyway, but the fact that he had been forced into it, that some punk kids or asshole adult had defaced his home, infuriated him. They had been on his property. They had sneaked into his sanctuary in the middle of the night and defaced it, defiled it. It was an invasion of his privacy, an invasion of his home, an attack on his family. No one had been hurt, but the potential was there. And as he looked at the words, Malakan murderers, he knew it was only a matter of time. A gun. A shotgun. That's what he needed. Julia and his mother might go crazy, but goddammit, they needed to be able to protect themselves. Even if he just filled it up with salt and pepper or pellets instead of buckshot, at least he'd be able to fend off any intruders. Next time it might not be just graffiti. Next time someone might try to hurt one of them. Nationally, hate crimes had been on the increase for years, and it usually took only a small incident to bring out old resentments, to allow hatred and prejudice to bubble to the surface. And a series of murders in a small town, people were going to be looking for scapegoats, and that would be them. With a gun, he would be able to protect himself and his family. Anyone who tried to harass them, he'd shoot the bastard's legs out from underneath him. He felt guilty at the thought. He was the only Malakan he knew who had ever even considered buying a gun, but it was a pleasurable sort of guilt, and he imagined those self-righteous old fucks at the church shaking their palsied hands and wetting their pants when they learned that he'd armed himself. He stared at the spray-painted vandalism. What would his father have done? Nothing, a small, mean part of him said. Turned his other cheek like a Christian, Gregory supposed. Like a pussy, and not overreacted, not gone off half-cocked, not automatically planned how he could permanently injure and physically incapacitate the culprits. His father was a calm man, a peaceful man. There was no way he would ever have stooped to buying or using a weapon. But those were different times, and these were different people. And most important, he was not his father. He was not religious, not pious, and he did not believe it was wrong to fight fire with fire. There were times when a man had to stand up and be counted. He would not, for example, have allowed those losers outside the bar to insult and ridicule him in front of his family. He would have done something about it. He would have fought back. He might have been outnumbered, but he would have made the effort. He would not have allowed his wife and children to witness his weakness. Weakness? His father, he knew, would have considered it weakness to give in to the base desires for revenge and retribution. Those were privileges reserved only for God, and it was a sign of man's transcendent potential that he could recognize this, that he could rise above the level of the animal and abide by God's laws and wishes. Gregory knew this, and he understood that his father had shown strength in that encounter, not weakness, that he had tried to set an example. but he'd wanted him to do something different. Gregory walked into the house, immediately called the police. 2 officers arrived 10 minutes later, and the rest of the morning was wasted answering questions, watching as photos were taken of the crime scene, and an exhaustive search was conducted on and around the drive. After the police left, he took his own photos for reference, then put on his crappiest clothes and walked back outside. Paint and brushes were in the storage shed, and while he didn't have time to redo the whole house today, he painted over the words, leveling off the repainted segment just above the door, so it would at least be slightly symmetrical. Tomorrow, he would borrow a ladder and a paint gun from Odd and try to finish the rest of the house. If he started at dawn and worked until dusk, he might just be able to get 1 coat on. If he was lucky, Odd would offer to help. He took a shower, scraped the paint off his skin with a soapy fingernail, then put on clean clothes. "We need some milk and sugar," Julia called when he opened the bathroom door to let out some steam. "Do you want to go to the store?" No, he didn't want to go to the store, but he ran a comb through his hair and yelled, "Yeah, I'll go." He walked out of the bathroom, grabbed his wallet and keys from the dresser. He met Teo in the hall. "Can I come too?" she asked. "No," he said. He rubbed the top of her head. "You stay here and be a good girl." He realized how patronizing he sounded, how dismissive, but he wanted to be alone, wanted some time to think, and he felt guilty for only the briefest second as he walked out to the kitchen, double-checked what he was supposed to buy, and left. At the Fresh Buy, he recognized several faces, but he made no effort to be friendly and simply picked up the groceries he'd come for. The other people seemed to be ignoring him anyway, giving him the cold shoulder, and he pretended he didn't notice and didn't care. People are talking. All that changed at the counter. Both check stands were open today, but he picked the left one because the girl working the register was attractive and friendly, and had already smiled at him when he caught her eye. He'd seen her before at the cafe, and he seemed to recall that she'd made an effort even then to meet him. He was pretty sure that she'd told him her name, but he'd met a lot of new people lately, and he could not remember what it was. Cat, the name tag informed him when he finally got close enough to see. He placed the plastic milk carton and the sack of sugar on the check stand's conveyor belt. She was a trainee, he noticed, which was probably why he hadn't seen her here before. The checker smiled at him shyly. "Hello, Mr. Tomasov." "Gregory," he told her. She tallied up his items on the register. "I just love what you've done to the coffee house. This place was so dead before you got here. You've really made a difference." That was exactly what he'd wanted to do, make a difference, and he smiled at her gratefully. "Thanks." "No, I really mean it. There was nothing to do in this town except rent videos or watch TV at night. Now we finally have some real entertainment." He nodded. "Glad you like it?" "That'll be 412. He turned around and looked at her after leaving the market, and he reddened and walked quickly away after she caught him and smiled back. How old was she? Sasha's age? She had to be. Or a little older, maybe. It was wrong for him even to look at her, much less allow the sort of fantasies that were starting to creep into his mind. He'd had to park a few doors up the street, and he started toward the van, but saw that one of the storefronts he'd passed on his way into the market was a gun shop. He stopped in front of the store, looked in the window. There were handguns and rifles, even what looked like a crossbow displayed behind the barred glass. It couldn't hurt to take a peek, he thought, to check on prices. Malakan murderers. His heart pounded as he walked inside. His entrance rang a bell somewhere in the back of the shop. He felt like a child doing something wrong, something of which his parents would not approve, but there was an illicit thrill in the feeling. And when an overweight man wearing military fatigues emerged from the darkened room behind the back counter, Gregory smiled at him. The man looked at him suspiciously. "Anything I can do you for?" Gregory wanted to browse, and he had a lot of questions, but the milk was getting warm, and he had to get going. "You sell shotguns here?" he asked. The shopkeeper gestured around. "All kinds of guns. You want 'em, I got 'em." "What are your hours?" He pointed toward the window. "Like the sign says, 8 to 6 every day except Sunday." Gregory smiled, nodded. "Thanks." He backed out of the store, aware that the suspicious expression had never left the man's face. Did the shopkeeper know who he was? Was the man involved in the vandalism of his house, or did he know something about it? This was the type of closed-minded guy who probably went in for things like that, and Gregory no longer felt like he had done something slightly naughty. Instead, he felt as though he had inadvertently crossed an invisible line and attempted to enter a world in which he did not belong, in which the inhabitants hated him and were out for his blood. He walked directly to the van without looking back, placed the grocery sack on the passenger seat next to him, and made a U-turn in the middle of the street. He drove. He knew there was cold milk that he needed to get into the refrigerator, but instead of going straight home, he headed up to the Malakhan cemetery. He had not consciously intended that to be his destination, and was not even fully cognizant of the fact that that was where he was heading until he was on the narrow road winding up the ridge. Gregory parked in front of the gates and got out of the van, not bothering to lock it. Although he could not see the huge gaping pit of the mine from this far back on the cliff, he could see beyond it part of the town, buildings and houses snaking up the opposite canyons in paths determined by the roads. He walked slowly through the gates into the cemetery. Malakhan murderers. Did people really believe that he and his family were responsible for what was happening in McWayne? It didn't seem possible, but he was reminded of books and movies in which innocent newcomers were blamed by superstitious townsfolk for bad things that occurred, and were attacked and lynched or beaten as their homes were burned to the ground. Such a thing was not going to happen here. He would make sure of that. He walked over the rocky ground, around and between old headstones, until he was standing before his father's grave. He looked down at the weathered stone and the slightly sunken gravesite. He didn't know why he had come here. He was not one of those people who talked to the dead, who remained next to a grave attempting to communicate with someone who had passed on. He stood there silently, staring, thinking not of his father's death, but his life, not of where he might be or what might have happened to him after dying, but of what had happened to him while he was alive. He thought about the rednecks outside the bar. "Milk drinker!" He felt sorry for his father, he realized, and somehow pity seemed a sadder thing to feel than anger. He felt unaccountably depressed, and he wished he could believe that his father would hear him if he talked. But the truth was that he thought that sort of one-sided conversation was for the living, not the dead. It made the survivors feel better. The dead were dead, and whether they went on to nirvana or heaven, or whether their brains simply stopped and they rotted into nothing, they were not here. They could not understand. They did not care. He stared at the headstone, wiped a tear from his eye. The engraving was so faded that if he had not already known what it said, he would never have been able to read it. He took a deep breath, walked past a series of newer tombstones, and stopped in front of Jim Petrovian's grave. He stared at it for a moment, then looked around. The milk was getting warm, and he needed to get home, but he scanned the ridge for signs of anyone else. There was no one here. and he hesitated only a second before unbuckling his belt, unbuttoning his Levi's, taking out his pecker, and pissing on the minister's grave. Chapter 14. 1. Adam lay on his bed, listening to tunes while he read through the new Spider-Man. His parents' friends Paul and Deanna Matthews were over tonight, and after dinner he and Teo had been sent off to their rooms so the grown-ups could talk. Sasha, as usual, was out with her friends somewhere. "I like 'em long," and she probably wouldn't be back until, well, whenever. Teo had tried to hang with him, but he'd kicked her out of his room, closed and locked the door, and put on his Walkman headphones so he couldn't hear her whining. He wished he had a television in here, even a black and white one. They'd won the lottery, they were supposed to be rich, but his parents didn't seem to be doing anything with the money except spending it on themselves. He still didn't have a decent stereo, or a computer, or a television. The television was a necessity, especially for nights like this. Hell, Scott had his own TV. Even Roberto had had one. But his mom had some bee up her butt about limiting the amount of time kids watched television. She'd made him read an article about some group that was sponsoring an unplugged week, a week where everyone was supposed to turn off their TVs and do something else. The woman who was president of the organization said that since giving up television viewing, she'd had more time for knitting and reading and playing Scrabble. He thought that meant that their TV viewing was going to be curtailed, but luckily for him and Teo, their dad had weighed in on their side, laughing at the woman in the article and saying that she could learn a lot more watching PBS than she could sitting in a silent house and knitting. Her reading must consist of romance novels, he said. Their parents had gotten into an argument after that, and the upshot of it was that their father had granted them unlimited viewing privileges rather than the 2 hours a night they'd previously been allotted. But meanwhile, he still didn't have a TV in his room. He finished Spider-Man, picked up a Hulk that Scott had lent him, but then he finished that comic book and the tape in his Walkman ended. He was thirsty and bored, and he tossed the comics aside, took off his headphones, and walked over to the door, opening it slowly. He hadn't exactly been exiled from downstairs or banned from going out to the kitchen, but it was more exciting to think he had, and so he planned a route that would enable him to sneak out and snag a can of Coke without his parents or their friends seeing him. Adam looked up and down the hall, made sure there was no sign of Teo, then walked to the edge of the stairs. He could hear the mumbled buzz of adult conversation, but could see no sign of anyone, and he crept down the steps. They were all in the living room. He could see the side of his mom's head at the close end of the couch, and he considered trying to sneak into the kitchen that way. But he would have to pass through a corner of the living room and then through the dining room, and detection was almost certain. Even crouching down and scuttling behind furniture, there wasn't enough cover. So he settled for the easy route, going into the kitchen from the hall doorway. He could tell from their voices that the adults had had a little too much to drink, and he made it successfully across the kitchen to the other side, moving past the open entryway of the dining room without being seen. A plate of leftover tortilla chips and an empty salsa bowl were on the breakfast table, and he popped a couple of chips into his mouth, sucking on them instead of biting so that they wouldn't crunch, not wanting to give himself away. He opened the refrigerator, took out a can of Coke, and started back the way he'd come, grabbing a few extra chips for the return trip. He paused for a moment at the edge of the dining room, listening to the conversation, hoping to hear something about himself or his sisters. "Well," his father was saying, "my first wife, Andrea, absolutely loved the idea of living in a small town. She wanted to move to Oregon or Washington." Adam felt as though he'd been punched in the stomach. His father's first wife? His parents' friends were talking now, but Adam had no idea what they were saying. The conversation had become background noise to his thoughts, which were coming fast and furious, tumbling over each other in his head. The overwhelming feeling was one of betrayal, and the idea that kept repeating in his brain was that this man, his father, was a stranger to him, was not the person he thought he was not the person he knew. Adam practically jumped out of his skin when his mother passed by, walking into the kitchen. She saw him before he had fully recognized her, and she smiled at him. "Thirsty, huh?" She motioned toward the table. "Want some chips?" He shook his head dumbly, though he still had quite a few tortilla chips in his hand. "Well, you better go back to your room and get ready for bed. It's getting late, and tomorrow's a school day." He nodded, walked out the way he'd come in, but instead of going back upstairs, he made his way down the short hall to Teo's room. Her door was closed, but it wasn't locked, and he let himself in, shutting the door behind him. Teo frowned and was about to yell at him to get out, but he put a finger over his lips, indicating that she should be quiet, and her annoyance disappeared instantly, replaced by curiosity. He crossed the room noiselessly, sitting down on the bed next to his sister. He looked at her, came straight to the point. "Dad was married before." "What?" He held up his Coke can. "I came down to get something to drink, and I heard them talking. Dad said he was married before, to someone else." "Nuh-uh." "Uh-huh. Mom's his second wife." There was silence as he let the revelation sink in. Teo looked like a ghost. All of the color had drained out of her face, and she blinked rapidly, her lids and lashes the only movement on her otherwise still features. She looked like she was about to cry. He felt a little like crying himself. "He said her name was Andrea." "He was married to someone named Andrea before he married Mom?" "I guess." Teo still looked like she was about to cry, and for the first time since she'd been a baby, Adam felt like reaching over and giving her a big hug. "Does Sasha know?" Adam shrugged. "Maybe. You think she'd tell us if she did?" "But how come—" She looked up at him. "Does Mom know?" "Of course. She was there too, and she wasn't surprised about it or anything." "How come no one ever told us?" "I don't know," he admitted. He stayed in Teo's room for over half an hour, the two of them talking, analyzing what had happened, going over and over the few sentences he'd heard, until their mother came in intending to make sure Teo was in bed and found him there. She was surprised to see him, but she did not overreact. She simply told him to go upstairs. It was time for both of them to go to sleep. He half expected Teo to bring it up, to ask their mother about it, and he purposely lingered, wanting to hear what was said. But Teo kept it to herself, and he and his mother left the room at the same time. "Now go to bed," she told him sternly. "You have school tomorrow." He nodded, went upstairs. Teo was obviously very upset. Normally, it was impossible for her to keep her mouth shut, especially when something was bothering her, and the fact that she was not willing to ask their mom about this indicated that its magnitude was off the scale. He was pretty shaken up himself, and he wished he hadn't been so stupid, wished he'd listened in on more of the conversation. But he told himself that they were probably talking about something else anyway, and the subject of his father's first wife had come up only in passing. His father's first wife? It was an idea he still could not seem to get his mind around. He did not even check to see if Sasha's door was unlocked, but went immediately into his own room, slamming the door behind him and plopping onto the bed. He tossed the Walkman and the comics on the floor. His father had been married before. It devalued everything, he thought. Mom was not his first choice for a wife. They were not his first choice for a family. They were runners-up, the ones he'd had to settle for. It occurred to him for the first time that Babunya knew all about this. She'd been someone else's mother-in-law before his mom's. She could have been someone else's grandmother. Was she someone else's grandmother? No, they would have known about that. They would have heard of it before. But which wife did she like better? He wondered. Had she liked the first wife more? Had she wanted his dad to stay married to her? He felt betrayed by Babunya, too, although the feeling wasn't quite as strong. What if his mother had been married before? He stared up at the ceiling, ashamed of his next thought. What if Sasha was her daughter from the first marriage and was not really his full sister? It wouldn't exactly be incest, then. He shouldn't even be thinking about that. He'd just found out that his mother was not his father's first wife, and he was horned out over his sister? What kind of sicko loser was he? But what if she wasn't his sister? He reached under the bed and pulled out Sasha's panties. He knew it was wrong, knew it was especially inappropriate now, but just thinking about Sasha had turned him on, and without any preamble he did what he always did, unbuttoned, unzipped, and pulled down his pants, stretching out. He grasped his penis firmly and began stroking it. He closed his eyes. His door was unlocked, and in his fantasy Sasha came home early and walked in on him just as he was reaching his climax. That moment was already getting close, and he used his left hand to pick up her panties. At the last second, he wrapped them around his erection, poking the head of his penis against the cotton panel where he knew her vagina had been. He looked down and watched the explosion of white wetness burst against the confines of the cotton crotch as he came. Afterward, he lay there for a few moments, breathing heavily, before tossing the panties back under the bed. He pulled up his pants, went over and locked the door, lay back down on the bed, and began to cry. 2. There was nothing for him to do. Gregory awoke late, the sun shining through slatted slits in the window shades, and realized that he had nowhere to go. Oh, he could putter around the house, do yard work, fix up the storage shed, but those things weren't necessary, and the truth was that things at the cafe were running themselves. He wasn't needed. Shows were booked through the end of the month. There was no problem with any of the equipment. Procedures were in place and working smoothly, and everything ran like clockwork. He didn't have to be there. In fact, he hadn't been there for a while. He'd hung out, helped Paul and Aude with a few menial tasks, but he hadn't been to a performance in over 2 weeks, and he hadn't even bothered to check with the cafe's other employees to find out how the shows had gone. He assumed that if there was a problem, someone would tell him, and since no one had told him, that must mean everything was fine. Gregory sat up in bed. His work was done, and he had nothing to take its place. He didn't know how to react, how to use this unstructured, unrestricted free time. He supposed he could try to think of other projects, but the truth was that his short burst of ambition and drive seemed to have fled, leaving in its place a disconcerting lethargy. He recalled years ago reading an interview with Pete Townsend, one of his idols. It had been a long interview, wide-ranging, and Pete had responded thoughtfully to all of the questions, but there was nothing he seemed excited about, nothing he seemed interested in, nothing he wanted to do. He and his wife had just had a baby, and he didn't even seem interested in that. It was as if he'd seen everything, done everything, and there was nothing new. He was just putting in his time, waiting to die. At the time, the interview had depressed the hell out of him, and he had not been able to understand how someone so rich, so famous, so talented, with so many things going for him, could have such an attitude. But he thought he understood now, because he felt the same way. He'd won the lottery. He no longer had to work. He could do whatever he wanted to do, and there was nothing he wanted to do. He'd thought moving to McWane would change his life, and it had, but not for the better. Things were not working out well here. He was not happy. He was not satisfied. He was not content. He was just lost, and he didn't know what to do about it. He found himself wondering what his life would have been like had he remained with Andrea. She was completely different from Julia. Flamboyant where Julia was subdued, spontaneous where Julia was thoughtful. He had loved her, he supposed, even though she was an outsider, as his mother had never ceased reminding him, and it had hurt him to break up with her, but it was the after-effects of the breakup that had been hardest to deal with, having to explain to the family what had happened, having to adjust to seeing friends without her by his side, having to meet people by himself instead of on equal footing as part of a couple. He was not meant to be alone, was not the kind of guy who did well by himself. He wasn't clingy, but he needed a woman, and socially he worked better if he was part of a team. It was why he'd gotten married again so quickly. He had never thought of it that way before, had never even considered that the life he had now, the family he had now, had not sprung from a foundation of love and romance, but had resulted from his unwillingness to be alone and his need to be married. Did he love Julia? He'd always thought he did, but now he wasn't sure. They seemed to be drifting apart, and he didn't think it was simply a temporary downturn on the graph that measured their relationship. They had moved to a small town in another state, basically cutting themselves off from their friends and their previous life. It was a sink-or-swim scenario, and they were sinking. They were not drawing closer together in this pressure cooker situation, the test of true love in his book, but were coming apart. It pained him to think that the only reason their marriage had survived for so long on such a relatively even keel was because he had a life, she had a life, and they saw each other only on nights and weekends. Now that they were together so often, now that they had more of a life together, things were not working out. And lately he'd been thinking about other women. That was a shock to him. He'd never had any respect for those wealthy older men who dumped their longtime wives for some young chippy. Had never had any use for married losers who looked elsewhere for sex and were unfaithful to their spouses. But now he could understand where they were coming from. He thought of the checkout girl at the market. Kat. She seemed to like him. She always talked to him when he came through the line, always smiled at him when she saw him come in for groceries, and she had mentioned more than once that she was not married and had no boyfriend. She was a regular at the cafe as well, and Winona had even joked that she only came to the concerts to look for him, which meant that he wasn't the only one who had noticed her interest, that it wasn't all in his mind. Kat was a nice girl, and he had the feeling that she was more understanding than Julia, more open, more willing to compromise within the context of a relationship. Not that he necessarily wanted a relationship with her, but sex would be nice. The last time he and Julia had had sex, it was the checkout girl he'd visualized as he pumped away between his wife's thighs. He'd imagined a tighter vagina, slimmer hips, perkier breasts, and he had come much more quickly than usual. He had been to the store only once since then, but in line he kept thinking of how Kat would look naked, how she would behave in bed. She was probably wild. She would probably let him do whatever he wanted. "Gregory!" Julia called from downstairs. "Are you up? I'm going to do the breakfast dishes. This is your last chance." He groaned, rubbed his eyes. "Gregory!" He kicked off the covers, got out of bed. "I'm up," he yelled as he walked into the bathroom, and there was a touch of anger in his voice. "I'm up!" The kids were at school. A friend had picked up Sasha. Julia had driven Adam and Teo before she even tried to wake him up, and Julia was in the den, working on her children's book. His mother, as usual, was at church or doing some other Molokon thing. He was the only one at loose ends, and he found himself wandering around the house before finally drifting upstairs into the attic. The attic was one of the old kind that he'd seen before in movies, but never in real life. The entrance was not a small square hidden in the ceiling of the bedroom closet, as the attic in their California house had been. It was a large rectangle in the ceiling at the end of the upstairs hall, and when he unfastened the chain from its hook and pulled on it, a fold-out wooden ladder slid down. The attic itself paralleled the hall below and was slightly wider, tall enough for him to stand up in the center. They'd used it so far to store some of the boxes that had formerly been in their garage, and Julia had made him get a lock for the entrance so that the kids couldn't play in there. He could reach the lock standing on tiptoe, but everyone else in the house needed a chair. He kept the only key on his ring. He thought her precautions a little excessive at first. After all, the kids weren't babies anymore, but now he was glad of them. Gregory unlocked the lock, pulled on the chain, walked up the ladder. Once inside, he pulled the ladder up and shut the trapdoor behind him. Walking to the end of the room, he reached up to a shelf above the small dormer window and took down the gun case. He opened the case, took out his revolver. He touched the cold metal, hefted the gun's weight in his hand. He'd bought the revolver yesterday, and though he hadn't told anyone about it, already he felt different, more confident. There'd been no more graffiti, no more vandalism, but he was ready if there was. He pointed the unloaded weapon at the opposite wall and pretended to fire. Any criminal who violated the sanctity of his home had better be prepared to face the consequences. He'd wanted to tell Paul and Odd about his purchase, thought about telling them, but in the end he decided to keep it to himself. He'd been brought up in a household and a culture of pacifism, and for the most part those beliefs had taken. He felt right now like a little boy sneaking behind his parents' backs to smoke behind the barn. He was doing something he shouldn't, something he knew to be wrong, and on some level, he supposed, he was embarrassed about it. But it gave him a sense of empowerment, and because of his background, because of his upbringing, he also felt like a pioneer, a rebel paving the way for others to follow. He'd brought the gun into the house in a brown paper bag, and when Julia asked him what it was, he'd merely smiled and said nothing. The kids were still at school, and shortly afterward, she'd taken the van to drop something off at Deanna's. His mother was asleep in her room. So he'd taken the gun and its case out of the bag and brought it up to the attic. He'd originally planned to keep it under his bed, but he knew Julia might see it there, and so he decided on the attic instead. No one else ever went up there, and he could be assured that his purchase would remain a secret. He would not be able to get to it quickly, would not be able to stop a home invasion robbery in progress, but that was not the kind of crime that happened too often in McWayne, and it was not the situation for which he was preparing. He was after the people who had defaced his home, the bigoted redneck assholes who blamed him and his family for the recent deaths and problems in town. He looked down at the revolver in his hand, and there was a sense of soothing satisfaction as he imagined the scenario. Waking up in the middle of the night after hearing a noise, getting his weapon and going outside, surprising the intruder, the vandal dropping his spray can, going for his gun, and then clutching his chest as Gregory beat him to the draw and blew him away. "Gregory!" Julia's muffled voice called from downstairs. He quickly slipped the revolver back into its case, shoved it back on the shelf, and quietly opened the trapdoor, hurrying down the ladder. "Gregory!" Julia called. "What?" he replied, and he smiled to himself as he closed the attic door, locked it, and headed downstairs. 3. Though it was cold, Gregory had left the van at home today, walking to work in order to burn off some of his fat. Julia drove down to the cafe around noon, thinking the two of them could have a pleasant little lunch together. But the young woman grinding coffee behind the counter for an elderly man told her that she hadn't seen Gregory all morning. That was strange. Before leaving home, he'd specifically mentioned that he was going to the cafe today because the sound system needed some fiddling. Her first thought was that something might have happened to him. She hurried back to Paul's office and found him going over invoices. Alone. "Have you seen Gregory this morning?" she asked. He frowned. "Gregory? He hasn't been here all week." "He said he was going to work on the sound system today." "There's nothing wrong with the sound system." She didn't know what to say. Obviously, he had lied to her, which meant nothing had happened to him and he was off doing something else, something secret, something he didn't want her to know about. She wondered if he was seeing someone else, if he was having an affair. "Odd," Paul called out. He smiled at Julia. "Don't worry, we'll track him down." From the alley in back of the cafe came a, "Wait a sec," and a moment later, Odd walked into the office, wiping greasy hands on an equally greasy rag. "Yeah? Have you seen Gregory today?" The old man nodded. "Sure. He was sitting on one of the benches in the park reading the magazine about 20 minutes ago. I think he was going to go over to the bar afterward. The Miner's Tavern." He looked sideways at Julia. "He don't drink much, but he seems to have some kind of feeling for that place, although I don't rightly know what it is." She smiled thinly. "Thanks." Odd nodded. "That all, boss?" Paul grinned, waved him away. He turned toward Julia. "You going over there to get him?" She shook her head. "I was going to meet him for lunch, but I guess I'll just go home." "You're welcome to join me," Paul said. "I was getting ready to eat myself." She thought for a moment, then smiled. "Thanks," she said. "I'd like that. Grab yourself a table out there. I'll just wash up and join you." She walked out of his office to the cafe proper, sitting down at a table near the window. Paul joined her a moment later. "Our lunch menu isn't too extensive. How about a pizza bagel?" "Sounds delicious," she told him. "And coffee?" "Iced cappuccino?" "Iced cappuccino it is." He walked over to the counter, spoke to the girl, then returned and sat down across from her. "I don't mean to pry," he said, "and I'll understand if you don't want to talk about it, but how are things with you and Gregory?" She shrugged noncommittally. "Okay." "Lying to you? Not telling you where he's going?" He held up a hand. "I know it's none of my business, and you can tell me to buzz off, but that doesn't sound okay to me." "I'm sure there's a reason for it. I'm sure there's less here than meets the eye." "Maybe." He nodded. "Maybe. But like I said, he hasn't stopped by all week, and the last few times I've seen him, he seemed a little distracted, a little, I don't know, lost." Lost. It was a good word, and it described her take on the situation perfectly. She was tempted to talk to Paul, to tell him everything, about Gregory's increasing coldness toward her and the kids, the trouble they were all having adjusting to McWayne, even her little adventure up in Russian town. But Paul was Gregory's friend, not hers, and while he seemed sympathetic, she knew where his loyalties lay. On the other hand, she'd already opened up enough to tell him that Gregory was MIA today, and perhaps if they talked, he could shed some light on what was happening, offer a different perspective. He was Gregory's friend, and perhaps that meant he was as concerned about Gregory as she was. She took a deep breath, started talking. She left out the supernatural stuff, the hints of weirdness and suspicions of hauntings. She needed all the credibility she could muster here. But she ran down everything that had happened since they'd won the lottery. They had changed, she said, drifted apart. And it wasn't the money, she emphasized. It was this place. Sometime in the middle of the conversation, the girl arrived with their food and coffee, but Julia didn't stop, didn't pause, just kept going, until finally, drained, she leaned back in her chair. Paul was silent for a moment. I don't know what to say, he admitted.
That's okay.
She smiled at him.
I think I just needed to get it off my chest. I needed a sympathetic ear more than helpful advice.
She took a bite of the now cold pizza bagel, a huge sip of the coffee.
I can't help but think that if you told Gregory this, sat him down and explained it to him exactly the same way you explained it to me, he would understand. I mean, he's not a bad guy, and he's not a dumb guy, and I'm sure he realizes something's wrong. I know it sounds corny and cliched, but maybe the two of you just need to communicate. If you sit down without the kids and the grandma and just talk to each other, that's the problem. We don't seem to be able to talk to each other lately. He's going through something, and I don't think either of us knows what it is.
Paul finished his coffee, motioned for more. I don't want to sound like some pop psychologist, but I can tell you that he got a lot more secretive, a lot more withdrawn after his dad died. There wasn't a big personality change or anything, but he went through some kind of head trip, something that he didn't tell any of us about, any of his friends. Maybe coming back here and living with his mom again brought some of that back. Julia nodded.
I've thought of that, she agreed. And I'm hoping that's all it is. I'm hoping he just needs a little space, a little time to get himself together and sort things through. And I'm trying to give that to him. But life doesn't stop just because you have a few problems to work out. And besides, I'm his wife. He's supposed to be working them out with me. It's not as if I've ever been uncaring or unsympathetic. I think he knows he can come to me with anything, that I'll always be here for him. We're partners here, or at least we're supposed to be.
Give it a little more time, Paul suggested.
I have no choice. What else can I do?
They were silent for a few minutes, Julia finishing her food, Gregory getting a refill on his coffee. No relationship's perfect, Paul said finally. There are always problems. Julia waved him away.
You think I don't know that by now? As long as we've been married?
Paul took a deep breath.
You know,
Deanna and I are having some problems too, he said. He held up a quick hand. Nothing serious, nothing we haven't been through before. But in the peaks and valleys scenario, we're in a valley right now. She smiled.
Maybe it's catching?
Maybe, he said, but he did not smile. She leaned forward.
What's wrong?
You're Deanna's friend. I was hoping you could tell me. I know she talks to you.
Yeah, but not about that. I was under the impression that everything was fine between you two.
Maybe it is, he said. Maybe I'm reading more into this than I should. I hope I am. I love Deanna more now than I ever have. But lately she's been kind of bitchy.
PMS?
Julia suggested, choking. He reddened. No, it's not that. She was immediately sorry she'd mentioned it.
I didn't mean to make light of...
Don't worry, he assured her. I know you're not serious.
Is there anything I can do? She asked. He sighed. I suppose we could spy on each other's spouses, report back to each other. Is that a joke? She asked uncertainly. Yeah, that's a joke. If you'd like me to talk to her, I will. No, I was just kind of curious if she'd said anything to you. Julia shook her head. Like I said, I had the impression that everything was fine. She hasn't seemed bitchy to you? Nope. Maybe it's all in my head. Or maybe she's jealous because she's been hanging around you so much lately. After all, you're a very attractive woman. He tried to laugh it off, but the humor fell flat, and she felt slightly uncomfortable. She pushed her chair away from the table, stood. Well, I'd better get going. He nodded, his face red. If you do see Gregory this afternoon, you might mention that I stopped by, looking for him. I'll do that, Paul promised. Do I owe you anything for... She gestured toward the table. On the house, he said. She smiled. Thanks. He looked at her, and once again she felt uncomfortable. You're welcome. Adam and Teo confronted her that afternoon. She picked them up from their respective schools, and they were both unusually silent on the ride back. The temperature was stuck somewhere in the mid-50s, and though the heater was on in the van, neither of them bothered to take off their heavy jackets. It was Teo, sitting in the back, who brought it up. Dad was married before, wasn't he? She'd known this day would come sometime, but it still threw her for a loop. She managed to remain on an even keel, to show no surprise, and she nodded. She and Gregory had decided years ago that they would handle this matter-of-factly, and so she said, Yes, he was. In her peripheral vision, she saw Adam turn in his seat and look back at his sister, giving her a meaningful glance that Julia could not see to interpret. She stuck to the party line, the tack they'd decided to take. Your father was very young, and he made a mistake. He realized that early, and he got a divorce, and we met after that. Her name was Andrea, wasn't it? Adam's voice was hostile. Yes, it was. But like I said, he realized his mistake early, which just goes to show you why you should not rush into things and why people should not get married too young. How old was he? Teo asked. About 20. How old were you when you and Dad got married? She took a deep breath. About 23. That's not much difference, Adam said. You and Teo are 3 years apart. You don't think there's any difference in maturity there? No, Teo announced from the back. I guess so, Adam admitted grudgingly. They were all silent. Julia knew there were more questions they wanted to ask, but she did not want to volunteer any information. She waited to see what they would come up with. The next question from Adam was a surprise. When did Sasha find out? She looked back at him. I'm not sure she knows. She's never asked about it. That brought him back into her corner. The hostility was gone. He was shocked and disturbed to find out that his father had already been married and divorced before starting their family. But the fact that he knew something his older sister did not almost made up for it. Does Dad like you better than that other woman? Teo asked. That other woman. Julia liked that. She smiled. Yes, because he divorced her and married me, and we had you children, and we've been together now for almost 20 years. Did you have another husband before Dad? No, she said. Your father is my only husband. That seemed to satisfy them. There were no other questions immediately forthcoming. She pulled into the drive. We'll talk about it some more with your father when he gets home. Do we have to? Adam asked.
Well, he can explain better. I don't want to, Teo announced. He was the one. Can't we just pretend like we don't know? Teo whined. Yeah. Adam looked at her. I'm sorry I found out. I didn't mean to. They were both upset and a little frightened, and she thought of Gregory's recent behavior. She pulled to a stop, turned off the van's engine. It's okay, she said softly. You don't have to discuss it with your father if you don't want to. They needed time to adjust, she decided. They needed to think about it a little more before they felt up to talking. She would bring it up with Gregory herself tonight, when they were alone in bed, and tell him not to let on that he knew they knew. Adam fixed her with a look so adult and sincere that it almost broke her heart. Thanks, Mom. Yeah, Teo echoed. Thanks, Mom. The phone began ringing the instant she walked through the door, and she tossed her purse and keys on the coffee table in the living room as she ran to answer it. Adam and Teo raced each other to the kitchen to find some snacks. She kept her eyes on the phone across the room, wondering who was calling. She was suddenly aware of how rare an occurrence this had become. Back in California, the phone had rung constantly. Calls for Sasha, mostly, but also quite a few for herself. Here in McQueen, however, very few people called. The telephone was seldom used, and what had been an ordinary part of everyday life had become almost an event. It brought home to her how much her social circle had shrunk, and how much she missed her old life. She answered the phone on the third ring. Hello? It was Debbie, and Julia's heart lifted as she heard her old friend's voice. Greetings from sunny California. How goes it, stranger? Debbie had called for no specific reason, just because she was bored and wanted to shoot the breeze, and she wanted to annoy her miserly husband by calling in the daytime instead of during the cheaper evening hours, and that touched Julia more than anything else. Adam and Teo emerged from the kitchen with Cokes and cookies in their hands, and she waved them away, motioning for them to stay out of the living room so she could talk in private. Debbie always liked to work from the generic to the specific, so they started out talking about movies, making Julia realize how long it had been since she'd had a serious movie discussion with anyone. I watched Singin' in the Rain last night, Debbie told her. It was on AMC. Julia smiled. A classic? Yeah, but don't you always wonder about the movie they're supposed to be making? The Lockwood and Lamont costume epic that's turned into a movie? I mean, what kind of movie could include Broadway Melody and The Dancing Cavalier? And The Dancing Cavalier is supposed to be part of a dream sequence, while the rest of the story is contemporary, but The Dancing Cavalier ends the movie. Does that mean the movie ends with a dream? Julia laughed. God, I miss you. Debbie's voice, which had been righteously serious, softened. I miss you too, Jules. That's why I called. How are things going there? She shrugged, but the shrug could not be heard over the phone. Okay, I guess. Debbie had always been able to read between the lines. That bad, huh? What is it? Mother-in-law troubles? Not exactly. Local hillbillies? She laughed. No, it's just that it's taking us a little longer to adjust than we thought. Gregory, huh? How do you do that? Julia asked. Do what? See through whatever I'm telling you and guess the truth? It's an acquired skill, Debbie said. So spell it out for me. This time Julia kept nothing back. She even talked about the box of dishes and her feelings about the house and her trip to Russian Town. You want my advice? Debbie said when she was finished. What? Get the hell out of Dodge. Pack your things and go. Stick your little tails between your legs and come running back here to the real world. You really believe me about our haunted house? I believe that you believe, and that's enough for me. Whether it's ghosts and creeps or simple dysfunction, things aren't working out the way they should, and it sounds to me like it's time for you to bail." Julia smiled, already feeling better. "This is your totally objective opinion? The fact that I'd like my friend back here in California in no way compromises my impartiality. Well, I'm stuck here for a while, for this school year at least. But you're thinking about coming back? Every damn day?" They both laughed. There was a long pause, and it was Debbie who spoke first. "You're really spooked, though, aren't you?" "Yes," Julie admitted. "I didn't think you were the type to believe in ghosties and ghoulies and things that go bump in the night." "I didn't either." "I've always kept an open mind myself. I don't believe or disbelieve. But the fact that you think you saw something scares the shit out of me. I trust you more than I trust my own eyes." "That's reassuring." "Jules?" Debbie's voice was serious. "Yes, be careful." A shiver passed through her, but Julia managed not to let it reach her voice. "I will," she said. "I mean it. I don't want anything to happen to you." "I know." The conversation ended on an up note, with a return to movies. Debbie was the one to finally say goodbye, and she hung up promising to call soon. Julia put the receiver back in its cradle and stood there next to the phone until her vision started to get blurry. She wiped her eyes before the tears overflowed onto her cheeks. Teo emerged from the hallway, walked over to her. "What are we having for dinner?" she asked. Julia looked at her daughter, felt her strength return. "I don't know," she said. She smiled. "But let's go into the kitchen and see what we can figure out." 4. She had not been to the banya in a long time, and it was mad at her. Teo peeked out at the bathhouse from behind a boulder. It even looked angry. There was something cross about the defiant darkness staring out of the open doorway. The small building looked better than it ever had before. The adobe seemed new. The roof no longer appeared to be caving in on one side, but it also looked sore, although that was something she sensed as much as saw. It knew she was here. It could see her. It could sense her. But it was refusing to speak to her, and Teo could feel the rage behind its silence, the anger within its darkness. She wanted to leave, but dared not, was tempted to walk closer, but was afraid to do so. She was trapped just where she was, and the thought occurred to her that that was exactly where the banya wanted her to be. It had called to her, and though there'd been no words, no explicit commands, she recognized the summons. It was one of those feelings that didn't need words, that her brain understood without having to translate into language. She'd ignored it at first, pretended she didn't notice, tried not to think about it, but the calling had grown increasingly insistent until it no longer seemed to be something outside that was beckoning her, but a part of herself, a need. So she had come. But she was not brave enough to go all the way, and indeed the need within her seemed to have lessened, which was why she was beginning to think that this was exactly where the banya wanted her. She'd been trying to think of ways to explain why she had not been by, things she could tell the banya that would explain her absence. The weather was getting too cold. She'd gotten in trouble and was grounded. Her parents had found out about her coming here and had forbidden her to come again. She liked the weather idea the best. Being grounded was only a temporary excuse, and her parents had already banned her from coming here, and she'd done it anyway. But it was definitely fall, and it was a lot colder fall than she was used to, and she could always say that she'd wanted to come, but it was just too darn cold out. In fact, the idea of being inside the warm house, sitting on the living room floor, doing her homework and watching TV, sounded mighty good to her right now. But she'd been called, and she'd come. and it was as though she was helpless to refuse. She was a puppet. She thought of the animal attack at school, and knew with dreadful certainty that the Banya had done something for her, and now it expected her to do something for it. She already had, Teo told herself. She'd brought it food, but she knew that was not enough, and that was what scared her. The Banya was still not speaking to her, and as scary and angry as it looked, she told herself that if it did not say anything in the next 5 minutes, she was going to leave. At that thought, there was movement within the darkness, the sense of something shifting inside the bathhouse. She sucked in her breath, and a horde of mice streamed out of the Banya door toward her. It came completely out of the blue, was not something she had thought about or could ever have expected, and she remained rooted to the spot as hundreds of the tiny rodents, far more than could possibly have fit inside the bathhouse, sped in a living wave over the rocky ground, the brown bodies so close together that they looked like a carpet being unrolled. They stopped 3 or 4 feet in front of her instantly at the same time, as if they'd run into an invisible wall. They were in rows, she saw, lined up perfectly like little army men. It was the orderly unnaturalness of it that frightened her the most. She wanted to run, but something kept her from it, and she could only hope that that something came from inside herself. There was an exhalation of warm air from the door of the Banya. She could see it rustling the fur of the mice, could feel the outer edges of it touching her face. It brought with it a foul stench that reminded her of rotting cucumbers, and she wrinkled her nose, turning away, finally freed from her immobility. The mice stood up on their hind legs and smiled at her. It was a frightening sight. A mouse's mouth was not meant to smile, was not built to move in those directions, and seeing hundreds of them doing it at once, all facing her, made her blood run cold. As one, the mice screeched, and the sound coming out of their mouths was her name. Teo! She ran, crying, screaming at the top of her lungs, finally able to make her body obey her mind. She sped back down the path toward home as fast as her legs could carry her. She could not be sure, but behind her she thought she heard the sound of the Banya laughing. Chapter 15. 1. Scott carried the flashlight as the 3 of them made their way up the hidden path to the secret spot on the cliff. They should have all brought flashlights, Adam knew, but Scott was the only one who'd thought to do it, and the going was slow, because he and Dan were forced to stand in place until Scott climbed up each section of trail, then turned around and illuminated the way so the 2 of them could follow. It was an arduous journey, the ascent at least twice as difficult at night as it had been in the daytime. When they stopped to rest at the curve in the switchback, Adam looked over the edge at the road below. To the left he could see the diner, the shape of its roof defined by the lights around the building, 2 lone pickups in the parking lot. To the right and down the sloping highway he could see some of the lights of town, the ones not hidden by the cottonwoods or the canyon drop-off. The highway itself was empty, not a single vehicle on it. Adam turned toward Scott. "What if there aren't any cars?" he asked, secretly hoping that there wouldn't be. "Don't worry," Scott said. He motioned with the flashlight. "Come on, let's go." They continued up the trail. This section of the path was shorter, and 10 minutes later they were at the clearing. It was freezing out tonight, but Adam was sweating from the climb, and so he took off his jacket. The cold air felt good against his skin, and he stood there enjoying it, looking down over the wall at the still silent highway, as next to him Scott sat down hard in the dirt. "Whoosh!" "The tough part'll be going down," Dan said from behind them. Scott snorted. "You're crazy. We can slide down on our asses if we have to. Piece of cake." Adam checked out what he could see of the town, getting his bearings and trying to find his own house, but it was blocked from view by a low hill. He wondered what he would do if he looked down and saw their van pull into the diner's parking lot. He told his parents that he was spending the night at Scott's, and they said that was okay as long as the two of them remained at his friend's house and didn't go anywhere. He lied and said they were just going to watch the Star Wars movies on video. To be honest, he was surprised that his parents had even let him stay overnight. They knew Scott, but they had never met Scott's parents, and though he'd falsely portrayed his friend's mom and dad as kind, caring, loving, happy Mike and Carol Brady clones, he was still surprised they had let him go. Back in California, they never would have been so lax, and while part of him was happy for this change, another, more responsible part was worried by it. He tried to tell himself that it was nothing. They were acting this way because they believed this was a better, safer environment, but he could not make that rationalization stick. Deep in his heart, he believed that they did not care as much about him as they used to. His sweat had dried, and now he could feel the cold. He slipped back into his jacket and sat down next to Scott in the dirt. Dan remained standing, looking over the edge. Above them, a half-moon turned everything into silhouette. "So what's the plan?" Dan asked. "You know what the plan is. Keep a lookout." Scott turned toward Adam. "You take over when he gets tired." Adam nodded. There was something different about Scott lately, too, although once again it was not anything he could pin down. Like his parents, his friend had seemed preoccupied recently, as though something was worrying him. And while Scott's interests and actions were the same as they'd always been, a cruelty and harshness had crept in where before there had been playfulness. None of them spoke as they waited. Adam picked up the flashlight between them and shone it on the dirt around him. "What are you doing?" Scott asked. "Looking for spiders," he explained. "I want to make sure there are no bugs here." "Don't worry. If there are, you'll feel them." The light played over the small indentations made by their feet, before settling near the wall on an object with a red and gold pattern that he immediately recognized. He leaned forward for a closer look, not believing what he saw. There, in the dirt, half hidden, chipped and cracked with age, was a wooden Russian spoon. The hairs on the back of his neck bristled. He scooted forward, picked up the object. He could not have said what about the spoon so unnerved him, but finding it here seemed somehow meaningful. That was stupid, he knew. There'd been a lot of Russians in McWayne over the years, and finding a piece of discarded trash like this was perfectly natural. But it did not feel natural. It felt preordained, as though it had been left here specifically for him, as though he was supposed to find it. He could not help thinking that the fact that it was a Russian spoon, and he was Russian, and he had found it way up here in their little secret hideout, had some deeper, hidden meaning. "What's that?" Dan asked, walking over. He handed the other boy the spoon as though it was nothing to him. "A Russian spoon?" "What's it doing up here?" "You got me." "Somebody keep an eye on the highway," Scott said. Dan handed the spoon back to Adam, and they returned to their original positions. They lapsed back into silence, and Adam found himself wondering how this little clearing had come to be, who had constructed the path up to it. Its origin still seemed suspect to him, and the spoon made him think that maybe the Molokans had built it. But for what purpose? He looked at the low sandstone wall that separated Dan from the cliff drop-off. It was almost like a fort, like some place built to be defended. He had avoided thinking about the cave until now, had not even looked at the hanging succulents covering its entrance when they'd arrived here. But the image of that alcove in the cliff, with its hint of ritualism and unknown purpose, was imprinted permanently on his brain, and he could not get away from it. Even in avoidance, it dominated his thinking about this place, and he was acutely conscious of the fact that the cave was facing his back. He was tempted to turn around, to look at it, to make sure nothing was coming out of it, but he remained facing forward, willing himself not to give in to temptation and fear. Fear? Yes, there was something scary about the hidden cave behind them. He was reminded of the banya, and when he thought about the cave, he imagined the shadow of a Russian man burned into the rock of the back wall. He wished he hadn't come here. He had a bad feeling about this. The spoon suddenly felt strange in his hand, and he tossed it over the edge. Dan ducked, thinking it was a rock, and turned on him. What the hell was that? The spoon? What did you throw it at me for? I wasn't throwing it at you. I was just throwing it. Dan looked at him, and Adam knew he understood. Adam stood. I don't like this place, he admitted. It's creepy. It's haunted, Scott said. Adam looked at him, and he shrugged. I told you, there are a lot of haunted places in McWayne. And you think this is one of them? Adam asked. You said it yourself, didn't you? Scott stood, walked over to the wall. I don't like the cave. Full-fledged chills rippled over nearly all of Adam's body. His mouth felt dry. Let's get out of here. Dan's voice was low, quiet, as though he didn't want to be overheard. Nah, we'll be all right. Scott looked down on the empty highway. Let's give it another 10 minutes. I don't like the cave either, Adam said. I don't know what it is, but it didn't seem that scary to me in the daytime. I thought it was scary. You didn't say anything. Adam looked at his feet. Yeah. Well, I'm bored, Dan said. Let's go. Scott smiled. Bored? You're scared. So am I, Adam told him. Another 10 minutes. He looked at the two of them. Come on. You know we're not going to be coming up here again. This is our only chance. He bent down, picked something up out of the dirt. Here, I got a rock. Adam took a deep breath, avoided looking at the succulents hanging over the cave entrance. 10 minutes, he agreed. He looked at Dan. It's a long walk down. The Indian boy didn't say a word, started picking up his own rocks. Did you ever take a picture of the bathhouse? Dan asked a few moments later. Scott paused for a moment, as if deciding what to say. Yeah, he admitted finally. Adam looked at him. Why didn't you say anything? Another pause. The pictures turned out weird. Weird? There were people in them. Fat old Russians taking a steam bath. The bathhouse looked all new and... He trailed off. I think I took pictures of the past. Pictures of something that happened before. Adam's mouth was dry again. What did you do with them? Did you send them off to the Inquirer? I threw them away. Destroyed them, actually. In the garbage disposal. They were starting to change. Why didn't you tell us? Dan demanded. I don't know, Scott admitted. That's it, Adam announced. I'm going. You said 10 minutes. I changed my mind. Just wait. You don't want to go down by yourself. Adam stopped. He was right. Besides, I have the flashlight. Adam glared at his friend. Dan cleared his throat. Don't you think there's been a lot of scary stuff going on lately? Scott snorted. There's always scary stuff. You know this town. But doesn't it seem more active? The two of them shared a look, and Adam glanced from one to the other. "What's that about?" he said. Dan shook his head. "Nothing." The look again. "Tell me." Scott moved closer. "There are a lot of people who are saying it's your fault. Not you personally, I mean your family." "What are you talking about?" "I think it's an anti-Molokan thing." Dan shrugged. "It's a rumor." Adam backed up, his heart leaping into his throat. "You guys brought me up here to kill me. You're going to push me off the cliff." Scott blinked, genuinely startled, then burst out laughing. Dan started laughing too. "You're not?" Adam asked hopefully. "Hell no." Scott could barely get the words out. "Where'd you come up with a loony idea like that?" "It's not that loony," he said. His friend's laughter trailed off. "No," Dan said. "I guess it's not. Not these days." Scott punched his shoulder. "Even if you were the cause of it, I wouldn't rat you out. We're buds, bud. And any fan of Spider-Man is a friend of mine." "It's not your fault," Dan said. "We know that." "Then why's who the fuck knows?" Scott shook his head. "Most people are dipshits." Adam thought he heard a rustle behind him, and he picked up the flashlight and shone it around the clearing, but there was nothing there. Behind the succulents, he could see the blackness of the cave. "Did you hear that?" The other two nodded. "What do you think it was?" Dan's voice was quiet again. "My people call them Natahwe, uninvited guests." "Ghosts?" "Some of them. Demons mostly, though. My father says they're homeless, and they're looking for a place to stay. And sometimes they invite themselves over to someone's house, or a store, or a building." Scott walked back over to the edge. "I thought it was the mind that attracted them." "That too. You need to get your story straight." Adam shivered. "Let's get the hell out of here." "Wait a minute." Scott was looking over the edge of the sandstone wall. "Cars. 2 of them." "Places," Dan said, hurrying over and picking up some rocks. This was wrong, Adam thought, but it was also cool and exciting. And he picked up a rock of his own and looked over the edge at the highway below. Off to the right, coming up the road toward the diner, he could see 2 sets of headlights. "On my count," Scott said. The vehicles drew closer, closer. "Heave 'em!" Adam threw his rock, and was filled simultaneously with horror and elation as he saw it tumble into the darkness, heard it hit, heard the shatter of glass, the thunk of metal, and the squealing of tires as the driver of the first car slammed on his brakes and jackknifed into the opposite lane. Behind him, the other driver swerved to miss the first vehicle, and one of the other rocks hit his car. The 3 of them ducked behind the wall, crouching on the dirt. Scott was giggling, but Dan was silent, and Adam assumed that the other boy already felt guilty about what they'd just done. Adam's own heart was pounding so loud that even the noises right next to him sounded muffled. He had not expected there to be an accident. He'd known what they were planning to do, of course, but somehow the outcome of it had been softened in his brain. His focus had been on the action rather than the result. But he had to admit that there was something vaguely gratifying about the sneak attack. His mind told him that it was in the same category as drive-by shootings or other acts of random violence, that he was no better than the vandals who had spray-painted graffiti all over his house. But emotionally it was a kick, and he'd gotten from it the same sort of thrill that he got from a roller coaster ride, the thrill of the forbidden and dangerous. Scott ventured a peek over the side, quickly ducked back down. "They're looking up here," he said. Dan's voice was worried. "Did they see you?" "No, it's too dark." Adam licked his lips. "I hope they don't come up here. They'll never find the path." "But how will we get down?" We'll wait till they're gone." There was a loud sound behind them, and Adam stood, turned, and a policeman grabbed his arm. Adam looked up into a cold, hard face, and his heart stopped as he heard a deep, brave voice intone, "You're under arrest." 2. Julia was in the passenger seat next to him, crying, and Gregory wanted to hit her. They were both wearing today's wrinkled clothes that they'd grabbed from the floor after being awakened by the phone call. He was angry at Adam and annoyed at being roused from sleep, but she was devastated, taking it personally, taking it hard, wailing that it was her fault, that she'd been a poor mother. Her whining irritated him, and he was tempted to shout out, "Yes, it's your fault, you are a poor mother." But he gripped the steering wheel tighter, gritted his teeth, and said nothing. Her sobs had been reduced to sniffles by the time they reached the police station and got out of the van. They'd been given no details over the phone, had been told merely that their son had been arrested for malicious mischief. But the sergeant behind the desk who made them sign the release papers said that Adam and two friends had been up at the old lookout above the highway near the diner, throwing rocks at cars. One car had a dented trunk, and another had a cracked front windshield, a shattered rear windshield, and a damaged hood. The station lobby was empty, save for them. There was no sign of the car owners, and obviously the other boys' parents had not yet arrived. "It's pure luck we caught him," the policeman said. The patron at the diner noticed a flashlight moving up the old lookout trail, and he told Sam Wright, who called us. "We intercepted the boys by coming up behind them, off the topside trail. We surprised them at the lookout, but not before they had thrown the rocks and damaged the cars. There'll be no criminal charges pressed," he concluded. "But Mr. Redfield and Mr. Robson, the drivers of the damaged vehicles, have the option of filing a civil complaint in order to collect damages." "Give me their names and numbers," Gregory said. "I'll contact them. I'll make it right." The policeman smiled thinly. "You're the one won the lottery, aren't you?" Gregory looked at Julia, nodded. "Ought to spend a little less time counting your cash, a little more time taking care of your boy, maybe?" Gregory nodded, not wanting to argue. Next to him, Julia started quietly crying again, and though he still wanted to hit her, he put his arm around her and pretended to be comforting. "Charlie'll bring the boy out." The desk sergeant nodded toward a metal door with a small window of mesh-reinforced safety glass. He wrote down the names and telephone numbers of the victims on the back of a business card, handed it to Gregory. "There you go." He smiled. "And good luck. The way those two were talking, you're going to need it." Gregory led Julia away from the desk, over to the door. They stood, waiting for Adam to be brought out. Behind them, the door to the station opened, and a couple who were obviously the parents of one of the other boys came in, the woman crying, the man angry. Gregory turned away, not wanting to face them, not wanting to talk to them. He didn't know if this stunt had been Adam's idea or one of the other kids, but it didn't really matter. He intended to concentrate only on his family and let the other parents handle theirs. The lookout. He knew exactly where it was, though he had never been there. He was surprised that it was still referred to as the lookout after all these years. He was also surprised that the cop was so nonchalant about finding kids up there. He remembered what had happened at the lookout before. Gregory shivered as he recalled hearing the news for the first time. It had been his sophomore year in high school. A group of seniors, guys on the football team and a couple of cheerleaders, had gone up there to party after one of the games. According to what he'd heard afterward, things had gotten rough and crazy. One of the girls had volunteered for a gangbang. The other had refused to put out, and the girl had ended up dead, sacrificed on the sand, her body staked down with miner's pikes, her head severed and tossed into the shallow cave. There'd been rumors of drugs, LSD-laced snacks, enhanced beer, but as far as he knew, none of that had ever come up in the trial. And though the trial had taken place up in Phoenix, and they'd received only newspaper and television reports, since the kids' families had all moved away and out of town, coverage had been pretty thorough, and for that year people had talked of little else. The boys had all received life sentences, and the feeling around town was that they'd been lucky they hadn't gotten the death penalty. After that, the town council had voted to seal off the cave, to destroy the path and the little outcropping that was the lookout itself. That hadn't happened. It would have been too difficult, and the lookout was right above the highway, which could have caused problems. But for Gregory's remaining years in McWane, just the memory of that incident had scared everyone away from the spot. He'd assumed that that sort of self-prohibition would last forever, growing into the kind of local myth that tainted a locale in perpetuity. But obviously that had not occurred, and it seemed to him ironic that it was his son who had committed another crime at that location. Although Adam and his friends probably weren't the first. The desk sergeant had not seemed especially shocked or angry about the matter, and he hadn't mentioned anything about it being unusual. Maybe the location's past had been forgotten. No, that was too hard to believe. Maybe the story hadn't been passed on to the younger generation because it was too brutal, despite its obvious use as a cautionary tale. That was possible. But there'd been something else. Something about the incident with the cheerleaders and the football players that had made it seem even stranger and scarier than did the details he could remember. He couldn't remember what it was, though, and he wondered if Paul or Deanna might. It was on the tip of his brain, nagging at his consciousness, but it would not be made clear, and he found that frustrating. It was like trying to remember the name of a specific song or a character actor in a movie and not being able to fall asleep because of it. What was it? What was he thinking of? A statue! That was it. There'd been some sort of statue. They'd been worshipping it, holding some kind of ceremony. It hadn't just been a party. It had been a ritual. And the cheerleader had been killed not in some drug-induced frenzy, but deliberately, purposefully, as part of some twisted religious service. It all came back to him now. The statue had been of a dwarf. Neither he nor any of his friends had seen the statue before it had been seized as evidence for the trial, but they'd heard about it, and it was the word dwarf that had really fired up his imagination, lending the entire business an eeriness that made the situation even more morbidly fascinating than it had been already. He'd imagined the statue in its alcove, in the shallow cave, a small forbidden god, and just the idea of it had led to nightmares. He hadn't remembered any of this when he'd first decided to move back to McWane. The town had seemed a lot more innocent in his memory than he now knew it to be, and he marveled at how the mind glossed over events from the past, remaking them in a nicer image. Julia turned toward him. "What are we going to do?" she asked. He looked at her, annoyed. "Are we going to talk to him? Ground him?" Gregory felt his anger rise again. "Oh, I'll do a lot more than that." "What are you talking about?" "You heard me. We've never hit any of the kids. Maybe it's about time we did." "Knock it off," she said. "We have to decide how we're going to handle this before he comes out." "I've already decided." "Gregory, I'm going to beat some sense into him, like I should have done a long time ago." "You are not." Her voice was deadly serious, and filled with a conviction he had not really heard from her before. "You are not going to lay a hand on that boy." He had not been entirely serious about his stated course of action, had said it more to irritate her than because he had any intention of doing it, and he found himself backing down in the face of her determined opposition. "We'll ground him," he conceded, "and we'll give him a lecture and make sure he understands what he's done." She nodded.
"Okay."
Behind them, the woman's crying grew louder as the desk sergeant talked to her, and another couple walked into the station. An Indian man and a white woman, obviously the third boy's parents. Before them, the metal door opened, and a uniformed officer ushered a sick-looking Adam out into the lobby. The boy stared at the floor and would not meet his father's eyes. Something about his son's cowed, guilty passivity irked Gregory. Next to him, Julia started crying again. Adam seemed to shrink even further into himself. He grabbed his son's arm, squeezing hard, but though Adam grimaced, he did not cry out or complain. That was one point in the boy's favor. He looked down at his son, tried to rein in his anger. "Come on," he said evenly. "We're going home." 3. He'd actually sold something today, and Jessie Tallfeather was feeling pretty good. $220 for a combination bird bath fountain in which the water cascaded down a rocky hill from the top of a cement saguaro cactus. It wouldn't stave off the inevitable, but it might buy him another week or so, and at this point that was about the best he could hope for. He locked up the yard fence, then walked back into the statuary office to close out the register. The sun had passed over the mountains, and though the sky above was still blue, it was dark down here, and he flipped on the light in the office as he walked through the door. The statue was standing directly in front of the cash register counter. He stopped, feeling a sickening lurch in his stomach that he recognized as fear. It was the statue of a man, a small man, a dwarf or a midget. In addition to its mysterious appearance, there was something disturbing about it, some irregularity in the features of the face that made him feel uneasy, and he thought of that day in the yard when the statues had moved. He'd successfully concentrated on the here and now since then, had not allowed himself to dwell on what he thought he'd seen that day, and had almost succeeded in convincing himself that it had not happened. Not Tahué. The statue had not been here 5 minutes ago, the last time he'd walked through. He looked around the small room, glanced out the windows, hoping to see someone running away, some practical joker who had placed the statue here, but there was no one. He knew that already, though, didn't he? No person had brought that statue to the office. His first instinct was to run, to get away from the statuary as quickly as possible. He could leave, lock the door behind him, taking a chance that no one would break in and steal from the register in the middle of the night. Hopefully in the morning the statue would be gone. But even if it wasn't, it would be a lot easier to deal with in the new light of day, and he would have the night to try and formulate some plan. But what if he awoke at 3 a.m. to see the statue standing at the foot of his bed? He shivered, feeling cold. He would lock up, he decided, then go talk to the chief and the council, tell them what was happening, bring them over to see. The statue moved. He sucked in his breath, holding it. It was only a wobble, a slight rocking of the pedestal base, but the movement was visible and unaided, and in the silence of the office, the creak of weighted cement on wood sounded as loud as a shotgun blast. Jessie was frozen in place. He wanted to run, but fear kept him from it, and in a quick flash image, he saw in his mind an army of statues moving through the yard toward the office, where their leader waited. A glance out the window told him that was not so, but the feeling lingered, and the sky was getting dark, and he decided that the best course of action would be to get the hell out. Behind him, the office door slammed shut. He had not closed it after walking in, and he was near enough that it hit the pinky edge of his left hand, the force of the contact making him cry out. The statue laughed. It wobbled again. Jesse fumbled behind him for the doorknob, unwilling to take his eyes off the statue for even a second. The doorknob would not turn, and the statue lurched forward. There was no movement in its legs or stubby arms, no change in the cast expression on its disturbingly peaceful face. The entire object pushed itself across the wooden floor toward him, almost as though there were a person encased inside who was attempting to maneuver despite the limitations of cement imprisonment. He looked around for some sort of weapon. Nothing. He had a toolbox behind the counter, and there was a hammer in it that he could use to smash the shit out of this damn thing, but the statue was between here and there, and though its movements were slow and jerky, he was afraid to go around it. Logically, there was not much the statue could do to him, even if it did reach him. It stood slightly higher than his waist, so he was much bigger than it was, and it could not move its arms. He could knock it down, and it would not be able to get up. But there was nothing logical here, and that reasoning did not apply. Not Tahui. He tried the door again. Still locked, still closed. The lights went off. In the darkness, he heard the squeak of movement and the subtle lilt of laughter. He jumped out the window. Or rather, he tried to. In his mind, during the second in which he'd come up with the idea and acted upon it, he'd seen himself leaping heroically, jumping out amid the broken glass, rolling on the dirt outside, running away to safety. But it was a double window, divided into two by a metal frame that slid open and shut on the right side. Even in his skinniest days, he'd been larger than the space it afforded him, and he jumped head first, hands out, feeling the pain in his fisted knuckles as they broke through the glass and were sliced, followed a split second later by even more excruciating pain as the glass cut into his face. And then he stopped, his midsection denting the metal of the sliding right window, but not breaking it. He was halted in mid-leap by the too small frame digging into his gut and forcing the air out of him. The remaining shards of glass cut into his sides, slicing open skin and muscle, as his head and upper torso flopped over and smacked the outside office wall beneath the window. From the stomach down, he was still inside the office, and he felt the statue shove itself between his spread legs. The wind had been knocked out of him, and he could not scream, but the force of the cement smashing into his groin tripled both the pain and the need to express his agony verbally, and he gasped like a fish, feeling like he was suffocating, as the contradictory impulses that made him need to both scream and breathe collided somewhere in his airless lungs and throat. His survival instinct was strong, however, and though he was still gulping air and exhaling it too quickly, his chest feeling as though it was about to burst, he marshaled enough of his senses to move his arms and legs. He kicked out at the statue. At the same time, he tried to position his hands against the bottom of the windowsill. At least the statue was limited in its movements and could only lurch forward or backward. At least it was not truly sentient. He tried to wiggle out, using his hands as leverage against the outside wall of the office, and then he felt cement hands grabbing his feet and pulling him back inside. He kicked, struggled, tried to grab hold of the windowsill, but it was no use. His death was slow, very slow, and bloody. 4. It was the first concert she'd attended in nearly a month, and Deanna picked a seat that was near the front so she could see the performers, but next to one of the wooden posts so she wouldn't have to share a table with anyone. Paul was going to be working the soundboard. The kid he'd hired part-time had called in sick, and she didn't want to sit with anyone else. The concert tonight was by a singer from Benson, an older woman heavily into Patsy Cline. She'd never really been a big Patsy Cline fan, and she doubted that she would like this woman all that much. But Paul had been so loving, caring, and attentive the past few days that she wanted to reward him, and when he'd asked her to come and help fill out what was sure to be a less-than-sell-out crowd, she had happily obliged. Besides, she didn't want to break this mood, and she figured the best way to keep it rolling was to spend as much time as possible with him. They'd had a little make-out session in his office before the singer and her band showed up. Paul had wanted to do it on the floor, but she'd drawn the line at that. The floor was filthy, and despite their desire, they weren't the hormone-enraged adolescents they had been in high school. They could wait until later to consummate their evening. It had been a hot and heavy petting zoo in the office, however, and they'd both come out feeling high. Even though they were adults, it still got the juices flowing to be doing something slightly forbidden, and she was already planning what would happen when they got home. Around her, the seats began filling. Either the singer or Patsy had a bigger fan base in McWayne than Paul had thought, and pretty soon nearly all of the chairs and tables were taken. Only 2 waitresses were working tonight, and they were earning their pay, taking and filling orders that would have kept 4 girls running. Deanna sipped her coffee. She was glad things were back on an even keel. It had been a rough couple of weeks. She didn't know what was wrong, didn't know what had happened between them, but there'd been a chill, a kind of emotional estrangement, and they'd fought a lot, for no reason, though it never seemed to be the fault of either of them. Julia had seemed somewhat distant lately, too, and it occurred to her that the problem lay with herself, not her husband or her friends. She was the nucleus around which this was occurring, and it was only logical to assume that she was somehow the cause. But she knew that was not the case. She seldom listened to gossip or rumor, and almost never believed it, but she was not deaf, and she knew that there were a lot of problems in McWayne right now, interpersonal problems as well as other things. And she was not the cause of that. She didn't know what was, but it made her uneasy. The lights dimmed, and Deanna looked over her shoulder, saw Paul at the soundboard. She gave a little wave, and he smiled and waved back. The stage lights clicked on, and to the applause of the audience, a slightly overweight woman with a lined but pretty face led a group of guys along the open aisle next to the wall and onto the stage. "Howdy," the woman announced. "I'm Lynette Daniels, and this here's my band, the Crazies." There was a guitarist, a bass player, a drummer, a fiddler, and a pedal steel player, and they immediately ripped into a typically turbocharged version of Orange Blossom Special. Lynette did a little buck dance, to the delight of the crowd, and then the musicians downshifted into She's Got You, and she started singing. The woman did a fair Patsy Cline impression, Deanna thought, but it was precisely because of that her interest began to wander. The monotonous whining and yelping was as off-putting coming from this woman as it had been from Patsy herself, and Deanna found herself reverting to crowd-gazing. There were quite a few people here that she knew, but an equal number that she didn't. She watched a grossly overweight man awkwardly attempt to dance with a lithe little teenager who looked like his daughter, but was obviously his wife or girlfriend. A small section of the cafe had been cleared and set aside for dancing, but they were the only 2 on the floor. Her attention wandered to a skinny cowboy sitting alone next to the stage, who had what was without a doubt the longest neck she'd ever seen on a human being. He made Audrey Hepburn look like Stubby K, and his head was rocking back and forth in time to the music, flopping around on that huge neck like a plum on the end of a bendable straw. It was a peculiar-looking crowd, and she was having fun just watching the off-stage show when her gaze alighted on something that made her heart skip a beat. A shadow. It was short, squat, almost simian, and she watched it scuttle along the edge of the crowd toward the side of the stage. It was not flat, like an ordinary shadow, but seemed to be three-dimensional, as though it was a being in its own right, which was appropriate because there seemed to be no original source to which it corresponded. The shadow started to climb up the metal rigging to the right of the stage, and she saw that it was a self-contained entity. There were no ties to anything else. Its form ended at its feet. The figure climbed hand over hand until it was at the top of the rigging near the ceiling, but no one else seemed to be looking at it. Even those audience members who weren't intently watching the singer and her band had not noticed the shadow. Deanna looked quickly around